And we are live. NashvilleLou Live is on the air. Hello, friends. It's your buddy Lou Pickney with you here. Warsaken Blitz, July 21st, 2023. It's Friday afternoon here in Nashville, and I'm ready to play some Warsaken Blitz. I feel like I've been snake bitten by Thursday afternoon scheduling the last several weeks. And so I'm suspecting this Friday time slot's going to work better for me than Thursday, but for now, I'm trying some stuff out. I've got all sorts of ideas and plans, plenty to talk about. Very excited for that today. I like to open things up, though, by showing off the Warsaken prize wheel. Give you a look at what's being given away today. I'm going to have 1 hour, so after the first break near the end of this hour, on the other side of that, we're going to have a giveaway booster packs, 1 per hour, so that's something to look forward to, even if you're just watching here in chat. And I've got something a little bit more compelling than Streamlabs, if it works properly. So let's hope the best for that. But first things first, right? Let's get to the prize wheel. NashvilleLou Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my Land in Alien Worlds Neri 3616. So gave away a loot pack last week. Got a new one. This is of the original series. You can't get them anymore unless you're going to buy it off the secondary market, or you can win it from me here if you're able to beat me in live player versus player competition. From Sean IOP, that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, still up there on the board. Hello, Tissues. Greetings, everyone. Welcome. A bunch of the ultra rares, the Epic Leone from Musical Man, all these super rares, and even the very rares. Even like if you get the lower, quote-unquote, 20% of it, some of those very rares look beautiful. Some amazing artwork that never compromises on the reality that this is a game about war. So it's very serious, and it's treated as such, and rightly so. So that brings us to the start of player versus player action here. We'll get that started in just a moment. You get a look at the queue. It's !join. Type that in chat if you want to play. The way it works here, I play people one at a time. And Warsaken Blitz. And so we'll get going with that here in just a second. Let me double check something on this other computer. And make sure the feed is working properly, and it seems to be. Okay, that's interesting Rusky music about the WCW, the cloud wallet not working properly. There were some issues with it before. If there's any issues with prizes if it won't cooperate, I mean, certainly I got the video right here. I will see to it that everybody gets their prize. I keep lists of it anyway, but I will make sure of that, because it's a very important part of this is people actually getting the prizes that they won. Otherwise, what's the point, right? Okay, so let me make sure I've got this pulled up correctly, and I do. So Rusky Music, I don't know if you sent a code. I had to look down here at a couple of things. We'll give it our best shot. I'm not sure what's going on with the wax today, with the wallet not cooperating. It's giving me some issues early on a couple of different interfaces. But if there's some delay, I'll make sure they get sent out to you. All right, so Rusky Music, you're up first. If you could send me a code, please, if you haven't already. Let me double check through here. All right, thank you. So I got the code from Rusky Music. We're going to get things started here. Okay, I'm going to have to refresh the app here. It's not letting me put in the code. That's a whole different kind of problem. Oh, what a rib that would be if I can't put a code in. Okay, well, I'll bring the slate up for a second. I'm going to outright close out of the app and then get back into it. So hopefully that won't be an issue with the matchmaking. Moonbaz Marty, hello. Greetings and welcome. Welcome to everyone. Okay. Well, hang on. It's not even showing me as signed in. That's not encouraging. Stand by, please. Oh, this could get interesting. So if it won't let me sign in, I'm not sure how that's going to work. That would be... this was not what I anticipated. All right, so we're going to get this hopefully going here in a moment. Let's see. Oh, two-factor authentication. Better to be safe than sorry. Stand by. Okay, so that finally seems to have gotten me to the point where I can get into the system, which is an important part of this. Okay, so let's see if this will work. There we go. All right. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live here on a Friday afternoon Nashville time. Was that a zero? It's not going to let me connect? I really hope this isn't going to be... There we go. Warsaken. So here we go. I'll turn up the in-game audio a bit. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Warsaken Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. It's an easy way to learn the game. The categories are the important part. But nothing makes even two of a kind here. I'll use a mulligan. With a mulligan, you get it reshuffles your deck of 60 and gives you 8 to potentially choose from again. And I'll use this one. You can use a second mulligan, but if you do that, you're stuck with whatever they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card. So I'll keep it. I get to go first. It's a random decision by the computer. So I'll have 3 of a kind weather. I'll get an extra turn as a result. The irony, the freezing rainstorm with the flames. So we'll take the extra turn. That'll come in a moment. 2 actions still to go for this turn. Tough because nothing makes even 2 of a kind out of any of these. So I'm not going to use either of those actions. I'm going to end the turn and get the extra turn here. 3. Okay, well, I'll play a pair of fire in the fields. We'll have that at least. 2 weather cards out there. 1 action to go for the turn, but same as before, nothing to make even 2 of a kind out of that. I'm even less inclined to do it when there's at least 1 pair out there already. It makes it tougher for an intel to hit you if you got 2 out there as opposed to 3. So there is some strategy to that. In turn. Oh, it's always a 0 on the code. Thank you. I didn't realize that. Custom TV, hello. Hello. Greetings. So roll a 3. So I finally got things figured out, I believe at least, with LAC Tools. I believe that's how it's pronounced. LACHHH. Even though I don't believe it's going to be supported going forward, I had to hunting down Adobe Air when Adobe doesn't have Air available anymore. Was a bit of a trick, and you have to have that to get it to work. So I put some time in on that. Let's see, I just rolled a 1, but at least I got 2 of a kind here. I can play 1 of them with the ideal conditions, and that's going to end my turn. Hello, Tech. Greetings. So it's a roll of 5 for my opponent. My plan is to do it once an hour. I have my hourly break, about a 5-minute break, give or take. On the other side of that break, I'll do it for every hour that I keep streaming. At least that's the plan with these booster packs. I appreciate the generosity of Warsaken. Give me packs to give out to you, the viewer. So 3 sets of 2 opposite me. They're all force cards. Remember, it's the emblem, that insignia on the card that tells you what category it fits into. There's really not a good place to put the category list on the board for player versus player matches. For tournament play, though, in lieu of the queue, as it were, that works pretty good as far as fitting on that left side. But this is a little bit different anyway. It's a more casual kind of vibe to this. I rolled a 5, so it'll be 3 of a kind with the ideal conditions. I've already got 1 on the board. 2 and 3 are right here, and you need 3 of a kind to make a match. Take the extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Got 2 sets of 2 with the intel. I've got 2 sets of 2 with the buildings. So we'll go with the all-green clever hijack. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll go ahead and play at a guard tower. Some of these cards with the flames look really cool here. And some I've only seen like in smaller form, so if I'll mark out for my own cards for a moment or two, give me that. Extra turn. 6. All right. One of my favorite things to do in this game is when an opponent's got 3 wide and 2 deep opposite me, is to go 3 of a kind on an intel. It's time for a haircut. 1 off the top. Let's bounce. 1 each. Of course, a building card can be played. Building trio can bring them back for your opponent, but nevertheless, it's not so fun when it happens to you, though. I should note that. 5 actions still to go for this turn. All right, let's finally take out a territory here with the A7 axe. Hello, Natha. Hello. So 3 territories remain for my opponent. I've got 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll play that second guard tower to match the one that's already out there. 2 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. A number of different options here. I'll put a burn notice out there, intel, and that will end my turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. But 1 action here at most for my opponent. I'll go ahead and put myself over here in chat with the link. I've got my NashvilleLou.com website. Did some work on it this morning, put in some time. So it's got some information as far as upcoming, and I'll add more to that. But for today and for tomorrow here with Warsaken Blitz. So just the 1 action that I can use here. So I'll play that second burn notice, and that's going to end my turn. So I have all 4 of my territories. My opponent's got 3. So roll a 5. I think this 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time spot, I think this is going to work out well for me. 1800 UTC. I mean, I thought Thursday afternoon was going to work well as well, and then week after week things kept creeping up. And it can always happen, again, with the business that I have. Sometimes things have to happen on short notice, but I don't know. I have so much fun here playing this game, chatting with you, showing other people who have never heard of this game before what it's all about. Warsaken. Again, there's a lot of detail and a lot of time and effort. This is a high-quality game. It's fun to play. People are passionate about it for a reason. So a pullback there after I went with that trio of intels, put my opponent in a bit of a spot. So some of those force cards pulled back. Then a pair of force cards to end the turn. My turn. 6. Well now. In theory, I could go back for weather, but I don't know. Let's see. Already kind of limited as far as my WMD reach goes anyway. I think the better move here is to go 3 of a kind with Agent Zera.
Select target.
Have my opponent down to 2 territories. 3 actions to go for the turn. I can play. I've got the. Actually, I have all 4 of my burn notices. And if you're putting a deck together, I recommend you have 4 of a kind as opposed to trying any 3 of a kind shenanigans. Another trio of bounces.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
And it's frustrating when it happens to you frequently in this game. So I know how it can be on the other end of it, but it's effective when you can pull it off. 2 actions to go for the turn. I already have 2 of a kind building, 2 of a kind weather out there. So I'll go 2 of a kind force with the Z-27 Tiger, and that will be my turn. I can't just sit around hoping that a trio of WMDs is going to show up, especially since I only have 1 of each. Typically with my decks, and different approaches for different people, but that tends to be what I like to go with. Not everybody. Some people go with 3 sets on WMD, but I suppose that's a matter of personal preference. Roll a 3 for my opponent. Rusky Music saying I'm dead. Well, never say never in this game. All right, my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I rolled a 1. Well, with only 1 action to go, I don't want to fill up that 4th spot in my war zone or break up 3 of a kind. So I'm going to forego that lone action in my turn. I've seen people come back from where I had all my territory and they had a compromised leader, and then they put it together with, especially if you can get some cascading going with those weathers and those extra turns, the high rolls, and it can turn in just a blink of an eye. But then sometimes you run into somebody that plays intel that seems to upend you time and time again. That can be very frustrating. So 1 action here for my opponent, Rusky Music. Two of a kind force, that ends the turn. My turn. 5. All right, well, the WMD showed up finally.
Select target.
A WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. You can play at most 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz.
Compromised.
Well, it's not over yet, Rusky Music, because I don't have 3 of a kind force. Normally, I wouldn't do this, either splitting up 3 of a kind or filling the 4th spot in my war zone, but I will here with a duo of buildings. So if those stay intact, worst case for the next turn, if I roll at least a 4, I can get 3 of a kind force out of there. But here's a 6. Like I was saying, never say never in this game. I know Rusky Music's in a tight spot here, but things can turn around. Hello. Greetings, JHU leader. Hello. Hello to Nathan. I see you there in the queue. So 6 actions here for my opponent. So 3 of a kind force there for Rusky Music. That'll take out 1 of my territories. Five actions to go here for the turn. Rusky Music has 23 cards up there, so there'll be any number of things waiting for me. So it's 2 of a kind WMD for my opponent. My next broadcast will be tomorrow. It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 1700 UTC. The next Blue Mint tournament, Cannon Fodder 2 with Warsaken. Those tournaments are a lot of fun. I love doing those or participating in those tournaments that hosted by Blue Mint. Many thanks to them for that. So 2 of a kind WMD, 2 of a kind weather for my opponent. I should be able to get a win here if I roll at least a 4. It's a 3, so. Well, I screwed myself up by kind of hit myself in with that. Let's see. Let's think about this for a second. This would all be 3 of a kind stuff in here. I didn't play this one very well in hindsight. If I would have just left the space, that 4th space open, there's a reason I tend to be, I don't know, particular about that. But do the best with it I can here. We're going to get 3 of a kind with this. 2 actions to go for the turn. Play 2 of the drop ships. That's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. Rusky Music's had some tough luck in this match. Although a 3rd weather would mean an extra turn, so there's that. Instead, it's a building card. Okay, I should be able to finally win it here. Okay, 2. I'll play this drop ship.
Select target.
And that'll do it.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Rusky Music. Soul Adrian, you are up next. If you could please provide a code. And we'll get things going here with our next match with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Thank you. That code there from Soul Adrian.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. 2 of a kind WMD is interesting. 2 of a kind weather makes this worth keeping. It's tough when you got 2 of a kind WMD because you really don't want to play those early. I'll put them out there. They become huge targets. But I'm going to keep this. Roll of 5. My opponent is Soul Adrian. Three of a kind intel. So either I'm going to be forced to discard. Nope. It's an intel attack against my arsenal, my deck. If your arsenal hits 0 cards, at that point, even if you have all your territories, it doesn't matter. You'll have a compromised leader. The same is true if your morale hits 0, but you won't see very much morale played in Blitz, at least not right now. 2 of a kind intel for my opponent. It's a foreboding sight. So I rolled a 6. 3 of a kind with the violent tornadoes. There's nothing in my war zone, so this is my first crack at it here, and I'll get an extra turn. 3 actions still to go for this turn. I'll play a pair of weather cards here with a blinding sandstorm. 1 action to go for this turn. I'm not going to put that WMD out there. I don't have anything else that's 2 of a kind, so I'm going to forego that last action, end the turn. Now here's my extra turn. 1. Okay. Well, play the 00 Black Blade. That's a force card. And that won my turn. And remember, with Warsaken Blitz, it's the category that matters. 3 of a kind force does the same thing no matter which trio of force cards it is. It just has to be 3 of those with the same name. Sometimes you'll see, I try to have it where they mostly look alike. Oh, that was fast. So a standalone for my opponent with the intel card. My turn. 2. All right, I'll play the 2nd Black Blade. One action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. And I'll play an XTT APC. That's the end of my turn. 6. Three-of-a-kind intel. So will it be an attack in my war zone or attack in my arsenal here? It's an attack in my war zone. Interesting. So that sends 3 cards from my war zone to my discard pile. It's the power of intel in this game. Three-of-a-kind intel. I'm guessing this will be an attack on my arsenal. Maybe not. It could be trying to clear those 2 out there off the board, but this was the more likely outcome. I'm not surprised. Like when people talk about an intel deck, quote unquote, this is more what along the lines of what they mean. You can cause a lot of damage with an intel deck. 6. All right, well, the building card's a nice draw here. So I can go back in and say, all right, what do we have in here? Okay, there's weather, forces. A pair of black blades. I've got 1 black blade in my hand. There's another one out there. And so I only need 1 of these. I could bring it back. And the specialist, I don't think there's anything in him that's shown up yet. So I can have those as my other 2 and at least have 2 of a kind. As opposed to having a third where one of them's stuck here, if that makes any sense. So, that's the long way to say I'm going to play 3 of a kind building cards here with a laser air defense station. I return 3 cards to my hand. I could put 6 cards into the arsenal, try and refill that and avoid it hitting 0, but in this case I'm going to return 3. So I'm going to take just 1 of the black blades. I don't want both of them because then I would have 1 more than I actually needed. So I'm just bringing the 1 here. 2 more that I can take. In this case, I'm going to go with a pair of specialist Uptons because the other 2 haven't shown up yet. It's not going to be stuck here, hoping I get another trio of building cards, which might not happen. So instead, I'm going to take those 2, and we'll see how this turns out. 3 actions to go for the turn. I'll play the other 2 black blades. I'll tell you how that's going to go. Take out a territory.
Select target.
All right, 1 action to go for the turn. So I play a standalone force card, and that'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 1. Taking on Soul Adrienne. Here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. All right. Not much there for my opponent. 3 of a kind with the WMD, but there's no way I want to split that up. I could do 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind force. I'll go ahead with the 2 of a kind force. And that's it for my turn. Roll of 2 for my opponent. Like with those 2 specialist Upton Kobanis, like I know those other 2 are not my discard pile. They're somewhere in that stack of 24. 2 of them, 2 additional. So that was my thinking in going with that. Standalone weather for my opponent. That's it for the turn. My turn, it's a 6. Well now. Play the weathers first and get the extra turn. The order doesn't really matter. Just typically, you're going to find you're going to be well served by going with the weather first most of the time. Make sure you got it before you go and do the rest. WMD, abandoned forces. It'll take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
One action to go for the turn. Actually going to play a weather card. Cloud cover. Extra turn. 6. Okay, I'm going to win the match right here. I'm going to play the third specialist, Upton Kobani. So that strategy eventually did pay off.
Select target.
This will take out the fourth and final territory for my opponent.
Leader compromised.
5 actions to go for the turn. Trio of Agent Ricos for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Soul Adrienne. Thank you. All right, Tissues. You're up next, pal. A good game, Soul Adrienne. Sometimes, like, if I just get the breaks like that, I know it can be frustrating on the other end to see it go against you. Thank you, Tissues. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks to everybody taking the time to watch here. This wonderfully fun game that's very much something that's enjoyable to live stream. It's more the slower pace as far as my sports background, my sports broadcasting background, which goes back to 1995. But this is more along the lines of baseball than, say, lacrosse or American football or international football. Either way.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Tissues. All right, well, 3-of-a-kind force. And, I mean, 2-of-a-kind WMDs, not something you want to rush out there, but this is a keeper for sure. You get 3-of-a-kind in your first 8 like that? More often than not, you're going to be well served to stick with it. All right, so Tissues has decided that opening 8 will go first. Making sure I didn't have a 9th that showed up there. I'm not sure if how obvious it is if your opponent uses that second mulligan. 2-of-a-kind force, and that's it. My turn. 4. Well now. When you can drop a WMD out of the gate, that's a strong way to start.
Select target.
You're taking out 2 of your opponent's 4 territories right away. One action to go for this turn. I'm not inclined to break up that 3-of-a-kind there. I don't think that would be wise. Just even putting 1 out there, I don't know. Maybe if 1 is a standalone. Okay, let's do it. Roll a 5. Three-of-a-kind WMD, so that's coming my way. So, 2-of-a-kind force is met by 2-of-a-kind weather in the war zone for my opponent. Post a link just now with the information for Warsaken Blitz tournaments over on Blumint, BLUMINT.com. So lucky me with that standalone Max Harper out there. I've got actions of 2 here for this turn. 2-of-a-kind I can play, make 3-of-a-kind.
Select target.
So now my opponent's going to be down to 1 territory remaining. So that's it for my turn. It's my opponent's turn. So roll a 3. Three of a kind force. I'm going to be down to 1 territory. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Well, play a hacked network. And that's it for the turn. That's an intel card. Again, the insignias on those cards let you know what category they fall into, which is important for Blitz. Because in Blitz, it's the category that determines. Three of a kind force, it doesn't matter what the force is. It all does the same thing in Blitz. That's me with a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn. If there's a 3rd tank up there, I'm going to be curtains. That'll be it for the match. Tissues has me on the ropes. So I survive for at least 1 more roll of the die. It's a 5. Oof. Well, I'll play the 2nd hacked network. 4 actions to go for the turn. I'll play 2 of a kind cloud cover. 2 spots in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's play another double weather. Violent tornado. That's it for my turn. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force to get the win. A WMD won't work though. A WMD only takes out territories, not compromised leaders. Roll a 2. There's a 3rd tank. The G1 Foxbuster is a cool card, but not when you're staring it down. 2 of a kind weather played. Let's see what I can do here. 3. Well. I can do a whole lot of nothing here. I'm going to forego all 3 actions and end the turn. I just got to hope my opponent has like a roll of 1 or something that doesn't make 3 of a kind. Even 3 of a kind weather. Well, hey, okay, there's 1. But if that's a Foxbuster or a weather, then that's not necessarily me out of the woods by any means. But wow. Okay, I survived for another round. 4. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. That happens sometimes in Blitz. 4 actions and I'm not going to use any of them. Or wait a minute. Maybe I could bring back the intel and put force out there or something. You know, I will do that. Because playing intels at this point is kind of this is probably a waste of time anyway as far as the likelihood of there being another turn, yet I feel compelled to try. We'll take out the Ghost Manta. A couple of subs out there, that'll end the turn. And all my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force to beat me. 5. Will this do it? That's 3 of a kind weather. That means an extra turn for tissues. 2 actions to go for the turn. Extra turn. It's a roll of 6. Even if Tissues has to pull 2 cards out of the way to make room for 3 of a kind force, it's doable with 6 actions. Three of a kind weather, so extra turn. And that could have just opened up some space. Or what's that extra action? 6 with a +2. The rarity. 3 of a kind intel. I'm guessing 1 each for my war zone. Yep. I mean, there'd be no reason to attack my arsenal at this point since I already have a compromised leader. 7 actions here for Tissues. So does Tissues have 3 of a kind force? And it just slow rolling it? There's an extra turn after this. There's building. So we got 3 of a kind building cards, and That's all you need to do. Let's go back for 3 of a kind force, play them now, goodbye and good night, and then Tissues will get a spin on the prize wheel. Hey Rexy, hello. All right, good game. Congratulations, Tissues, victorious here. Okay, so we're gonna... All right, what I'm gonna do first of all is I'm gonna hit next. But we're not gonna go to this next match until the other side of my break. So about a 5-minute break coming up. But we're gonna do the giveaway first as far as the prize wheel goes. On the other, well, let's say giveaway. The prize wheel spins coming up here first. On the other end of the break, we're doing the giveaway with a booster pack. Somebody's going to win a booster pack, and that's gonna come up here in just a couple minutes. All right, so let's see. Did I not hit it yet? Okay, there's that. All right, Tissue. So good game. So it was a good battle. I mean, that was, you earned that one. Actually, I felt that those last 2 turns were like, that was gravy. That was like, I didn't expect that. I need to make sure I don't have your address written down here, Tissues, as far as, because sometimes the address that shows up in game isn't necessarily what people want them to go. Good game. What is your address? I don't have the wax wallet gimmick. That's, look, I'm getting there. I got the lack tools for the giveaway. I think people will like that. There was not, I love how I can get instant feedback, and it's honest, and it helps guide me, because people weren't happy last week with this Streamlabs because it just abruptly showed up in chat who won, and there was no drama or reveal to it. So anyway, I'll save you the, oh, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't have that particular thing set up here. And most of my regulars, I've been keeping a list up here. I just didn't have yours written down up here. I want to make sure I went to the right place. That is most important, because there's no one doing it once it's sent. So let me make sure I mark this down correctly, and I will here. All right. So bring up the slate for just a moment. We're going to take a peek over in the prize wheel. There it is, the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So you got 50 prizes here on the wheel. That's a loot pack, an old, 001 era loot pack from my own personal collection. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. The Epic Leone from Musical Man. A couple of epics I put in there. Look at those ultra rares. We're talking like only 200 of those exist per card. The super rares, the 500 per card, and then very rares. And you see, I use plenty of those very rares in my matches because so many of them look great. So all sorts of options. All right. So I'm gonna give it I'm gonna give this a bunch of shuffles here, and we'll give it a spin. Good luck, Tissues. Here we go. Let's hope you get something cool. All right, congratulations. A super rare interrogation facility number 361. All right, congrats. So now, something that when I first started this with Warsaken Blitz, I hadn't anticipated how much I was going to enjoy this element of it with the prize, not just the prize giveaway, but also the showcasing aspect of it, because there's so much fantastic artwork in this game. It's easy for me to put stuff over when it's great. And it's already a fun game to begin with a great community. There's a lot to like about it. It's fun. It's low stress to live stream. There's a lot to like about it. So I'm getting this set up here to send over to Tissues, who was victorious over me there in our player versus player match. Live prize, and I'll put today's date. And so some people show this part on screen. It would be unwieldy for me to do that with this. My setup's a little bit different than how some people have it. I'm not saying my way is better, it's just the way that I've got it set up here. I have multiple computers and things for broadcasting that other people probably don't need to have the way that I have it. I already logged into Anchor. I don't know why it didn't automatically load that for me, but here we go. It says that it was a success, so we'll see about that. Let me real quick switch over here. Okay. All right, congratulations. The issues, there it is. The interrogation facility number 361, excuse me. That is yours, congratulations. All right. So, I'm to the point where I'm going to take a break. Be back in probably less than 5 minutes, but about 5 minutes. When I get back, we're going to do a giveaway. Somebody here in this chat right now, or who will be here in a couple of minutes, who stick around for the break, will win a booster pack. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing these to give away. And I have all sorts of ideas. And so we're going to see, it's my first time trying it with the LAC tool. So we'll see how that goes here in just a couple of minutes. So Lou versus technology, if you're at all familiar with these broadcasts, you know that sometimes gets to be interesting. So we're going to take a quick break. Back on the other side, we're going to give away a booster pack and then get back at it with more live player versus player matches here with Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Okay. So in just a moment or two, we're going to try things out here with this giveaway setup here with the, I don't know if it's pronounced Latch or LAC. It's LAC giveaway. So I've got it in here for this tools system. So what you need to do is type in the next, we'll say next 2 minutes. You'll type !Warsaken in chat. Winner gets a booster pack. So let's see if this works the way it's supposed to. I mean, this is the kind of thing I can like test out live on the air. Let's see. Now, why is this not showing up in chat? Now that's oh, that's trouble. I may have to do some manual adding here. There, it was showing up now, so you may have to redo it. Those of you that try, sorry for the inconvenience here. I wasn't quite sure when with that check mark how that was going to work out. Let's see. Get the screen pulled up that I need to. So I'm giving away a booster pack with LAC tools. The way it works, it's and you'll be able to see it on screen. That was something I picked up on last week with the giveaways that I did with Streamlabs, because there wasn't an on-screen reveal. It seemed like people were disappointed by it. And so I made an effort, even though with LAC tools, I had to go and hunt down an old version or whatever it was of Adobe Air that doesn't even exist anymore, just to run this program, just because there's nothing else out there that's better than it that I've been able to find. I mean, Grubfish is very good, but the idea is the faster the better with this, although for this point I will try it out and give it a little bit of time. So go ahead and !Warsaken if you want to get in on this. I'm going to have to manually add some of you because I didn't have the setting right on it initially. Yeah, get on an !Warsaken, giving away a booster pack here in just a moment. I just want to make sure I haven't overlooked anybody. It's kind of tough for me to look at OBS Studio and LAC tools at the same time. I anticipated this part of it. But again, I think people should like it because it gives you the on-screen reveal. We'll keep it open just a little longer. But the idea with this, obviously it's great to facilitate people winning prizes and all, but having this on the end of a break, I think it rewards people who stick around. And of course, we've got the queue. We'll be getting back to that in just a second. So, okay, we're going to go ahead. I think everybody's in there. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If so, I'll do my level best to do a make good. But I believe, now, if I do this correctly, it's going to start the animation. I don't trust any of this music, even if it has clearances, if it doesn't, whatever. But it should be this group of 9 here with us. Here in chat that have entered this. Okay, let me hang on for 1 second. All right, I believe whoa, what did I just do? Oh, that thing freaked me out. It's like something slides across when, like, don't do that to me. Technical directing is not my strong suit, please. But this is all part of the learning curve. So, okay, let's try it now, and here we go. So it's going to have the names and cycle through them. It's going to pick out one of them, and the winner will get a booster pack. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. We're giving away booster packs here. 1 per hour. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing them. Congratulations, Shiro. Congrats. What is your wax address? All right. I'm going to make a separate listing here for booster. Just 1 second, please, and we'll get this going. Yeah, I don't have the wax. I just have to. I'll have it written down. I keep track with my regulars as far as the wax names go. I just want to make sure I have the right one for the right person, and because obviously there's no going back and undoing it. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for watching, Shiro. I appreciate it. For playing. Okay, let's see. So, got that written down. Okay, so I've got this written down here. That was the booster for Shiro. So I've got the wax address. I'm going to send it over right now. And it's the booster pack. So, I mean, there's no real, I'll be able to send it to you right away. And but booster pack 1. On NashvilleLou Live. This will be coming from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you ever see anything that you've received, you wonder where's this from, it probably means you won it on this show or through otherwise related giveaway. So, all right, booster pack 1 on today's show. Double checking the address. All right. And maybe it's because I'm using an Anchor wallet with this, but I haven't had any sort of problems, knock on wood, thus far with it. And I know there were some issues before as far as some things with the wax earlier today. So that should be sent over right now, Shiro, if you want to check. But congrats. So now we're going to get to the next match. Normally there'll be, a bit of a quicker flow to this. At least that's the anticipation for me. But especially when something's new, want to try it out, want to see how it's going to go. And we got to look at it there. So we'll have another giveaway in the next hour. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. And here as we hit top of the hour, it's back to player versus player competition. All right. Oh, you got it. Excellent. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for watching. All right. So let's see. Double check some stuff here, making sure I have everything written down correctly. Okay, Moonbaz Marty. Ready when you are. I don't know if you sent a code. Do you have a code? And just the reality with my broadcasting setup, I don't have an easy way to go with any sort of copy paste with these codes, and that's why I typically ask for the other person to provide it. Not because I'm trying to be difficult. Thank you, Moonbaz Marty. Thank you. I'm gonna take a big swig of water here. It is July in Nashville, Middle Tennessee, hot and humid. But thankfully there's air conditioning. So here we go.
Warsaken.
All right, taking on Moonbaz Marty. Nothing that matches out of these 8, so I'm going to use a mulligan, which will shuffle my deck of 60, my arsenal is what it's called in the game, and it'll give me 8. I can either keep it, which I will. I could take a second mulligan, but it gives your opponent an extra card if you do that, so if you have at least something that makes 2 of a kind, typically that makes it worthwhile in that spot, in my opinion. Provided it's not like a WMD, something you wouldn't necessarily want to put out there early. Roll 2 for my opponent. Taking on Moonbaz Marty. Playing Warsaken Blitz. So roll 2. Okay. Well, I could play the assassination attempt combo there, but instead, go 2 of a kind with a force and the 00 Black Blade. That's going in my turn. Again, the Black Blade and the Private Saravet have the exact same function in this game. You get 3 of a kind. It'll take out either an opponent's territory or, if applicable, an opponent's compromised leader. That's the way it works in Warsaken Blitz. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. For Moonbaz Marty, 3 of a kind force. That's going to take out one of my territories. So 2 actions to go for this turn. Roll a 6 for the extra turn. So Moonbaz Marty opted not to take either of those remaining actions in the last turn, but roll a 6. That's 3 of a kind force. I'm going to be down to 2 territories. Three actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind force. That's it for Moonbaz Marty's turn. My turn. 4. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'll play a pair of weather cards with a blinding sandstorm. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of intel cards for the assassination attempt. That's it for my turn. Roll 2. Interesting pullback there. Moonbaz Marty doing a pullback. Roll of 2. Well, only have that 1 spot in my war zone open. I should note, you can play building cards if you don't have anything in your discard pile. But I didn't realize that for the longest time because I thought, oh, it's darkened out for a reason. It's just to let you know that there's nothing in there to go get. more than anything. So anyway, that's a long way of saying I'm not going to use either of those actions, and that will end my turn. Roll a 6. Moonbaz Marty's very good at holding back and waiting, and then boom, going with the, like, not putting too much out there at once at times. And then here you go with the weather. And just as I say that, storms are brewing. Wow. So 3 wide, 2 deep, weather. Weather aplenty. Weather on the 9s. There's a 4. Well, not so funny now. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. I've got the 4th spot in my war zone open, but same as it usually is here. I really don't want to get something in the way there that prevents me from playing something later. Now here's where I've got 3 of a kind with the building cards, but if I were to play all 3 of those, they would just go to my discard pile. So there's absolutely, there's no benefit to it. So, as tough as it is, I'm going to forego all 4 of those actions and end my turn. Roll that was odd. Okay, I guess a roll of 1. They had to reset the die. No play there. For Moonbaz Marty, my turn. 2. All right, I'll go 3 of a kind here. Again, this is where being aware of, okay, you got all sorts of possibilities, but going with your weather first is typically going to be your best bet. With that extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I'll play an intel. 2. Okay. Like, hold your breath for a moment kind of thing there. Because I will go with the intel here. I want to go after those weather cards. Stop the weather cascade if you can. And one way to do that is by taking out a 1 each, 1 haircut style on it. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target.
So bounced a bunch of weather there. And that's it for my turn. Roll now for Moonbaz Marty. Moonbaz Marty's had a lot of success in these Warsaken Blitz tournaments. Impressive showings. Better than a mill. Roll a 6. Well. Three of a kind WMD. Has me with a compromised leader. 3 of a kind force for the win. Moonbaz Marty does it again. All right, good game. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. So give me just a moment. I'll go ahead and I'll hit the next button, but we'll have just a moment before we get to that next match there. Tech, you'll be on deck, but we're going to get this prize wheel set up right now for Moonbaz Marty. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. You see the prize that was won by Tissues on the prior spin. Take that out of the mix. Now you're talking about 1 out of 49 odds for any one of these particular prizes up here on the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So let's sort it here. Got the 3 epics, a loot pack, the super rares, that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. That thing has stood the test of time, but it's just one spin away from potentially coming off the board with those ultra rares, very rares. That's what we're looking at here. Yeah, we're not the Warsaken the booster pack thing will be like one of those things where I'll alert everybody when it's time for it. I'll just give you all a heads up on it. So that's just gonna be one of those things that's within that window. The idea is to help encourage people to stick around while I take just a short break. And also to reward people. So I appreciate y'all taking the time to watch. It's a lot of fun playing this. So all right, here we go, Moonbaz Marty. Let's give this several shuffles here. Good luck. All right, a super rare infected water supply, number 445. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. It's the gift of the infected water supply. All right, thank you, Tech, for providing that code. We'll get to that in just a moment here. Make a note here. I'll get this sent over to Moonbaz Marty. Show it off on stream. And then we'll be ready to go with the next match here in Warsaken Blitz. So Moonbaz Marty, I'll send that over to you at the OI1FU WAM address there for you. Now, the infected water supply is a WMD. This isn't some XYZ card off the street here. It's a rank 2 card. I'll pull it up and then I'll marvel on it. First thing, get the order right. Transfer it over right now. NashvilleLou Live prize, along with today's date. Stop to double check everything to be sure. Okay, after maybe click through 3 or 4 different things, we finally have it. I believe it should be sent here. If it's not sent, it will be in just a moment. We'll pull it up on stream here, show it off to everybody, and then get things going with the next match. Exclamation point join to enter the queue. Just type that in chat if you want to play against me in a live player versus player match of Warsaken Blitz. You're live on stream. Let's see. All right. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. There it is. Infected water supply number 445. Like 500 of those cards exist. A rank 2 WMD and is yours. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty, on winning that prize. So now in just a moment, we'll get back to live player versus player competition here with Warsaken Blitz. NashvilleLou Live. I already have the code over here from Tech. We'll get things going here right now.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. Well, I do have 2-of-a-kind force. Now, you may look at this and wonder, like, well, okay, Lou, these 2 Romans, why do they look different? Are they really the same? Well, different sets, certainly. You know, one of 100 versus, what is that, a common? Whichever one it is. But they're the same name, and really that's what you have to look at. So I'm going to keep it. I mean, that's not the best starting hand I'm ever going to have, but it's a risk. If you've got at least a 2-of-a-kind, to take a mulligan is taking a chance. 3. Okay. So nothing overwhelming here early, but I'll play the pair of Romans prototype, the force cards. 1 action to go for the turn, but okay. I do have the 2-of-a-kind building cards here. Now, I can't play a 3-of-a-kind yet until I actually have something in my discard pile to go for, but it will let you play building cards in this situation. I'll try and emphasize that because I was wrong about that before, believing that you couldn't. And that worries me because I know some people learn this game by watching me play because of how I explain things. There's a force card play. I'm a sports broadcaster. I will always be a sports broadcaster in one way or another. There's 2. Okay. Oop. So I could play that second building card. I could go with a pair of weathers. I'm more inclined to go with a pair of weathers since at the moment that building card, it just... I mean, I can at least put them out there. But anyway, I think that's the best play. And that's it for my turn. Oh, here we go. It's a morale-based attack. So lucky me packing my Ziana with a 21 starting morale. It gets dropped down to 20 because of the special nature of Vast Hinterland. It's only -1 morale if it's eliminated, but it does take 1 morale off the top from you. But that's the only way you can play that particular card in Warsaken Blitz is by doing it that way. So if you're wondering why, that's why. 6. Oh. And there's a reason I keep that 4th spot in my war zone open as much as I can. 3-of-a-kind WMD will take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing else makes 3-of-a-kind. I can go and play that second. Now I've got things I could go back for. The missile silo. Oh, you wouldn't, though. In this case, I wouldn't be inclined to go back for a WMD because you only play 1 per match. So there really is no value in doing that at the moment. But I have 2 actions here. I could put 2-of-a-kind in that 4th spot in my war zone, but as noted, that can go bad many times you try it that way. At least that's been my experience. Asking for trouble, potentially. Or sometimes it could be a brilliant move if it works out. But so morale is interesting. If your morale hits 0, at that point you have a compromised leader. It's just like if your arsenal, your deck of 60 hits 0. And it's cool playing against Tech, who sometimes plays these morale decks. You get these kind of like the Cody Rhodes looking card there. Like you plugged Cody Rhodes into a Superman remake. Cast him as a villain. My turn. 1. Well, same as before. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. Just the 1 action. I'm going to forego that lone action and end my turn. Cody Rhodes has done some acting. Not a stretch. 2. No action there for my opponent. My turn, it's 5. All right, see that? We get the dancing card over there. That's normally a good sign. 3-of-a-kind weather means I can get an extra turn. Extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Nothing that makes 3-of-a-kind. One of my favorite cards in the deck is the A9 Hammerhead. For just an underwater sub, it's very blue, and it stands out. It's even better when I've got like a green one to pair with it that I don't hear. So again, same deal as before with that 4th spot in my war zone. I want to keep that open. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. So I'm going to forego the last 2 actions in the turn. Extra turn. 6. All right. Well, I have the 2 Romans prototypes out there already. Play the 3rd. This will take my opponent down to 1 territory.
Select target.
3-of-a-kind force takes out a territory. Bancare Island. Out. Two spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. Now we're going to break out the intel. Trio of restored vehicles. You got some refurbished stuff heading your way, pal. Let's bounce.
Select target.
The needle.
Select target.
The public embarrassment.
Select target.
Cody Rhodes and the strategic shift. Out. 2 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I'll play a pair of Jax Nash force cards, and that's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1. Keep in mind, my morale's at 14. So really it's going to be a challenge here for Tech. Although, It helps you avert some of that challenge if you have... I'm not keen about splitting these up right now. Although, I've got two of a kind. Maybe it would get targeted, maybe it wouldn't. I'll play a fire in the fields and we'll see what happens. I might regret it. Roll 2. A pullback. There's a morale card pulled back there, that public embarrassment. 1 action to go for the turn. It's a force. A sneaky agent. 6. Okay. Fire in the fields. Extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Hammerhead.
Select target.
Give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
3 actions to go for this turn. And remember, I've got an extra turn waiting. I'll go ahead and play the 3 of a kind weathers here. I'll have 2 extra turns. I just need to get 3 of a kind force and enough actions to use them, and I'll win the match. If I can do that. Extra turn number 1. 6. Okay, well, this is the long way around, but I'll go get 3 of a kind force out of my discard pile. I'm going to play a trio of soldier barracks. Worked out well rolling the 6 at this point. 3 actions still to go. Love bringing back the hammerheads. So my opponent with a compromised leader. I've got 3 of a kind force. That's going to be the match.
Select target.
All right, good game, Tech. All right. Tech, you're a tough opponent. Anytime I get a victory over Tech, I consider that a job well done. Plus, it helps if you get the breaks when it comes to the cards and the die and all that. All right. So, Natha, I'm going to code from you, please. We'll be ready to go here in just a moment with our next match in Warsaken Blitz. Here on NashvilleLou Live. I like that, Natha, the Quadrill spinning head there. Quadrill does a lot of great stuff over on his stream. I mean, I'm like 1 at a time, more the coffee shop, leisurely pace. Quadrill's like, forget that, pal. I'm going 4 at a time. And he does pretty well at it, too. It's impressive. All right, thank you. Thank you, Natha.
Warsaken.
All right, taking on Natha here. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Well, you do have 2 of a kind here with a guard tower, but 3 of the 8-beat building cards. I'm not thrilled about that. We'll take a mulligan. All right, 2 of a kind force. I forgot about that triggered meltdown. I think it was a relatively recent pickup for me. Anyway, I'll quit looking at my own cards here. Go ahead and just decide keep it. And I get to go first. Now I've got 9 cards. Did I get an extra? Did Natha? And I've got, okay, I guess Natha didn't take a second mulligan. That's what I was trying to guess. I was like, okay. That was the long way to 1. 2 sets of 2 as far as what I could play here, force card-wise. Always good to set the tone early with the robot dog with laser beams. DX8. Natha's turn's up. But it's a lot of fun to play this game, to play Warsaken Blitz. Really enjoy my regulars that stop in here. People thrilled about supporting the game. There's two-of-a-kind WMD looming ominously. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right. So we're sending in the drones. The DX8 dogs.
Select target.
So that takes Natha down to 3 territories. 4 actions to go for me for the turn. My war zone is wide open. I'll play a pair of fire in the fields, weather cards. Fire in the fields with fire, should be noted. 2 actions to go, 3 spots open in my war zone. I'll play the other two-of-a-kind with the A7X, and that will end my turn. Roll a 6. So now 2 sets of 2 for Natha with WMDs in the war zone. Remember, you can only play at most 1 WMD per match, but it's a powerful card that will take out 2 of your opponent's territories. Now there's morale cards, which is very interesting. See morale and WMDs out there. And again, I can tell it's a morale card because of the insignia, that emblem, that symbol in the bottom left. 4. I'll take out a second territory with the A7 axe.
Select target.
3 actions to go for the turn. I can play a trio of building cards. We've ordered more of the DX8. Second shipment. And that's it for my turn. So it's a roll of 2 here for Natha, my opponent for this match. Feel free to join the queue. Exclamation point join. Just type that in chat. You can enter the queue. Or if you beat me here in Warsaken Blitz live on stream, I'm going to spin on the prize wheel. 2. I'm asking for trouble if I put the dogs back out there because Natha will know that I've already played them once. They have a way of standing out, if you haven't noticed. The only other option I have for anything 2 of a kind or more is the clever hijack the intel, so I'll go with that. But that's it for my turn. And there's a lot staring me down over there. 4 wide, 2 deep. It's odd to see a pair of WMDs out there, but it's certainly not unprecedented. There's a 6. So 6 cards and 6 actions here for Natha. No play. Oh, wow. Wow. 4. I can't wait around forever for a WMD. And I've got the 3 of a kind here ready to go. So I'm going to go with that. DX8, back again. So the 3 of a kind force takes out one of my opponent's territories. Natha's down to just 1 territory remaining. 1 action to go for the turn. Well, hang on, let's see. Alright, I don't have any building cards out there right now, so I'll play the 1 guard tower. And that's it for the turn. I'm not sure if the fire actually makes the guard tower more menacing. It's like, that's more problems for the people in the guard tower. But the fire effect of those fire forged cards, oh, those are beautiful cards. And again, we're talking about war here, so it's all very serious, but yet it's still artwork that you can appreciate. Wow, so again, four wide, 2 deep for Natha. Apparently nothing there, so my turn. 2. Now I get the 3 of a kind WMD. But I would take out 1 territory, so there's still that as a possibility. But, play the second guard tower. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to end the turn. And maybe I should have played a WMD there, but I didn't. 2. So Natha, despite only having 1 territory left, has some... Wow. Has a 4 wide, 2 deep, nothing again. Keep dodging these WMDs. Not a complaint, it's a 6. It won't be enough to win the match. Mentioned it before, this triggered meltdown. With fire.
Select target.
So only 1 territory left, so the WMD, you can still use it, but it's not as effective as it is when there's 2 to take out.
Compromised.
So I don't have any sort of 3 of a kind force to play here, so the match will continue to the next round. However, this clever hijack may throw a wrench into Natha's plans. Let's bounce.
Select target.
I'm indifferent about the morale. I'll just bounce 1 each with the weather and the 2 WMDs.
Select target. Select target.
Two actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of freezing rainstorms, weather cards. That's it for my turn. So it's Natha's turn. Play Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. So roll a 4. So Natha could potentially do a pullback of 1 card and then play a 3 of a kind. But it's tough when you have something that's 4 wide, 2 deep out there for a couple of turns, and then I come barreling through with a trio of intels. Well, 3 of a kind morale. It's going to take me down to 13 morale, but again, that's not an issue for me. As far as any sort of a concern. Now, if it got to 0, that would be a concern, but you're going to have to, if you don't take out a territory, you'd have to take that down with a couple more, 3 more morales, really 1. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind, except for that WMD that I'm not going to play because you wouldn't play it at this point anyway, plus you can only play 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. That ends my turn. Well, it's Natha's turn. It's a 5. All of my territories are -3 morale or -1 for the vast hinterland. So even if a WMD took out 2 of them, I'd only be down to 7. 3 of a kind morale would have me down to I'll still have the 1 point remaining as far as my morale went. Two of a kind weather. That's my biggest concern at this point. Is Natha going on a weather run here? Extra turn. I mean, that's not exactly out of the woods yet. Roll a 3. Three of a kind intel, so it's probably be 1 off the top each here. Unless you're going to go after my arsenal. Which would be a surprise. Well, surprise. My turn. 3. Well, I'll play Fire in the Fields again extra turn. So I got the 2 of a kind. If I would have had 3 of a kind force, I'd have the win, but I don't. So we'll do this instead. Extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions for this turn. Play a pair of H5 dropships. Extra turn. 4. Alright, dropships for the win.
Select target.
Alright, good game, Natha. So we'll get in one more match here before my next break. And on the other side of that next break, we'll have another booster pack giveaway, but that's coming up in just a little bit. So Rusky Music. You have a code. Rusky Music and I played to start the show. I got the victory there, but it's not easy to beat Rusky Music in consecutive matches, so be a challenge here. Hello. So if you have a code, Rusky Music, I'm ready whenever you are. We can go ahead and get this next match going here with Warsaken Blitz. All right, so I've got the code here from Rusky Music. Thank you.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Rusky Music here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Sometimes having that strong concentration of green cards can give you a misleading feel, but I do have 2 of a kind with the rabid beasts, so I'll keep it. All right, so my opponent gets to roll first, and it's a 5. And if you're ever in doubt on whose turn it is, just look up there and you can see your opponent has the blue dot. That means it's your opponent's turn. Normally I have my overlay in my bottom left-hand side, but if it were my turn, I would have that blue dot showing there in the spot. It's just that's the most convenient position to put that with my logo. So it's a roll of 5 here for Rusky Music. Again, a reminder, after this match, I have about a 5-minute break, and then after that break, we'll do another booster pack giveaway. Greatly appreciate Warsaken for providing me with these booster packs to give away. With the lack tools, I can finally actually do it on screen, so it's hopefully something people can enjoy, that visual, a little bit of showmanship to it. 2 of a kind each with the weather and the intel for my opponent. And that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Okay, well, we'll play a pair of B6 Rabid Beasts. That's it for the turn. Let's roll 3. Look at that gold leader card up there. That's a really cool card. Tough to get those. I've got a wide selection of cards, but I don't have a gold leader. 1. Well. So 3 spots open in my war zone. I'll play a weather card, the freezing rainstorm. That's it for my turn. So a roll of 4 here for my opponent. 3 of a kind intel. So either means my arsenal is going to get milled or my 3 cards. Yep, the arsenal milled. Opting against targeting the 3 that I have out there in my war zone. Couple Ken shows. There's a rabid beast. 5. Okay, well, I've got the 1 freezing rainstorm out there. I'll play 2 more 3 of a kind weather. I'll get an extra turn. 2 actions, or pardon me, 3 actions still to go for this turn. 2 of a kind weather, blinding sandstorm. 1 action to go, 2 spots open in my war zone. Play an assassination attempt, an intel card. Extra turn. 5. Well. I can play that second assassination attempt, there's that. But nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'll have the 4th spot open in my war zone, but I mean, just throwing a couple of building cards out there in the 4th spot just doesn't... As much as I don't like foregoing those 4 actions, that just happens to be the best move here for me, in my opinion, to win the turn. It was a roll of 3. Three of a kind intel. Now I've got the 3 wide, 2 deep, so this may get targeted up here, or it could be another shot at my arsenal, trying to mill me down to 0. One off the top of each. 2 actions to go here for my opponent for the turn. Two of a kind with a guard tower, building cards. My turn. 1. I mean, that's a card that stands out, but it doesn't really help me here. We'll bring that assassination attempt back to my hand. That'll end my turn. So roll a 4 for my opponent. Three of a kind building card, so going back for intel. With 3 actions to go, it doesn't matter which 3 are taken. 3 of a kind intel does the same regardless. There's 3 of a kind intel. And with only 2 cards in my war zone, that's not a surprise at all. My arsenal gets targeted. 5. So I've got 3 of a kind with the black blades. The window shoppings, I don't have 3 of a kind building that I can play at the moment. Okay. Well. 5 actions, I'll use 3 of them here with a black blade. Force cards.
Select target.
Two spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of Resin of Ede, air defense cards, force cards. And that's it for my turn. Trying to knock my mouse off the side of the thing here. Roll 3. So it's 2 sets of 2 weather in my opponent's war zone. My turn. 3. So I can play 3 of a kind with the EMP Discharge, a WMD, which will take out 2 of my opponent's 3 territories that are still remaining. Play that now.
Select target.
So my opponent's down to 1 territory. I only have 18 cards left in my arsenal. If that hits 0, at that point, I'd have a compromised leader. So as much as it might look like I'm in a position of power, I don't feel that way at the moment. But a roll of 1 certainly helps my case a bit. Although if that's a weather to make 3 of a kind, it means an extra turn. So that's a building card as a standalone. My turn. 4. Speaking of building cards, I can go 3 of a kind intel, messing things up there. Play the building cards and go back for, let's see. What do we have out there right now? We got the Rabid Beast. We got the Blinding Sandstorm. 2 of a kind with Reza. I would run out of turns before I'd be able to play the 2 Blinding Sandstorms. And there's not a Reza in here, is there now? Over on the intel side, certainly. Okay. Oh. This is probably the more prudent play anyway. Let's go after those weathers. 3 of a kind intel. Equipment recall. Bounce.
Select target. Select target.
And I will get rid of that building card as well, as opposed to going for a second weather. But, I mean, I can't lean too much into the war of attrition because I only have 14 cards in my arsenal. Play a second Blinding Sandstorm. That'll end my turn. Now it's my opponent's turn. Taking on Rusky Music here in Warsaken Blitz. NashvilleLou live. Roll a 5. I'll be taking about a 5-minute break after this match. And then on the other side of that break, be giving away another booster pack. We've given away already 1 so far. And of course, if Rusky Music beats me here, there'll be a spin on the prize wheel as well coming up. 3 of a kind intel. So it will be the War Zone or will it be the Arsenal? If it's the Arsenal, it'll be down to 8 cards. Instead, it's the War Zone that's targeted, which is interesting. 2 actions to go for the turn for my opponent. So 2 of a kind intel to end the turn for my opponent. It's a 3. Well. Three of a kind. Let's stop and look for a second. I think. Okay. Yeah. Play 3 of a kind with a Terrifying Storm. Go for the extra turn. An extra turn. Let's see. What do we have? It's a 6. All right. Let's think about this for a second. I would be having to use 3 of the 6 actions on a building card. I could get a force that I could use this turn. I forget the reses that I can use, though. Okay. Actually, let me stop and look again. Make sure I'm not... Okay, there's a nice sort of building card out there already. Don't want to make a blunder of picking the wrong one because I was being hasteful. 3 of a kind building. And I'm down to 5 cards in my arsenal, so I'm in a vulnerable spot. Actually, no. Rabid Beast. 3 actions to go for the turn. The Rabid Beast will draw attention. My opponent will know that they've already been played. So I might as well go ahead and play all 3 of these at once. My opponent's going to have a compromised leader. I'm going to take out the last territory on my opponent's side.
Compromised.
My opponent's turn, but a compromised leader for my opponent. It's a 1. I'm down to 5 cards in my arsenal. If that hits 0, I'll have a compromised leader. 2. Just enough to win. I already have 1 Resident of Eat out there. These 2 will make 3 of a kind.
Select target.
I'm going to get the victory.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Rusky music. Okay, so I'm going to take a break here in just a moment. I don't want to rush through anything, so give me a moment, please, to look things over for just a moment here. Okay. So we'll go ahead and hit next, even though we're not going to have another match until the other end of the break, but this will give you plenty of notice here. Rexy, you'll be up next, but... Okay. I'll bring up the slate for this particular scene. Flip it over here to the Be Right Back screen. All right. Break time for me. We're back in about 5 minutes. When I get back on the other side of that, we're going to open it up. At that point, it'll be !Warsaken, but typing it now won't help you any. I'll let you know when the time is right, and I'll make sure it's open long enough for people in a reasonable amount of time can get to it, but also do want to keep things going as well. So we have the matchup coming up next with the Rexinator to look forward to. We got this up next, though, with the Booster Pack giveaway. So that should be fun. Back in just a couple minutes. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break. Let's see how good I'm at this. Let's see. All right. Okay. Type !Warsaken in chat to enter the giveaway. This is for a booster pack, for a Warsaken booster pack. All you have to do is type Warsaken, ! Or exclamation mark Warsaken. You can see it here on screen. Using LAC tools. And Shiro, who won in the first hour, and you can potentially win multiple times. There's not any sort of limit on it as far as that goes. Of course, the more winners, the better as far as from a fun factor standpoint. So again, !Warsaken, type that in chat if you want to get in on this giveaway. And all you need is to have a Wax wallet where I can send it to. This booster pack could be yours. Also, if you'd like to play me, you want to enter the queue, you can do that. !join to enter the queue. You have a bit of a wait now, but if past history is any indication, it's going to pick up here in a bit. So if you're on the fence, now would be a good time to go for it. So, okay, let's be last call here as far as for the Warsaken booster pack giveaway. It's just !Warsaken. Type that here in chat. Trying to double check as best I can here to make sure I've got everything written down correctly. So, all right. Good luck. All right, so good luck. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get it started. And here we go. Giveaway time. So we're going to end up seeing who the winner is out of this. Somebody's going to be randomly chosen. And there'll be a winner of a Warsaken booster pack that I'm going to send to them right away. There are names that'll show up multiple times, so people have some hope if their name goes by. Let's see. It's Tech. Congrats, Tech. All right. After winner, select press the start button to start the... I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. So, text, so you want this to go to your d.hi.wham? I feel like I'm talking Carney saying these wham addresses here fast like that, but we'll have another one give it away for the next hour after the next break. So, if you missed out here, everything's not lost. All right, excellent, Tech. Always want to make sure it goes to the right place. So, that's first things first. We'll get to this next matchup here in just a second. We take it on Rexinator. Making sure I note the booster pack as far as the mint number that's going out here. I take it very seriously when somebody trusts me with a prize to give away. I want to make sure I give it the utmost consideration. Very much appreciated. Many thanks to Warsaken for that. So let's see. I'll go ahead now and actually send it over. Note in the memo, it's a NashvilleLou Live prize. Take just an extra second to double check everything with this. All right, so Tech, that should be going to you right now. Let's see if it actually did. It says success. So that's going your way right now, Tech. Congratulations. So Rexy will be up next here. You have a code, or I don't know if you've posted one that's scrolled by. Let me go ahead and back up here. So this is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. And Tech, if you would just let me know if you make sure it shows that it has gone to you, but confirm that is the case. So Rexy, you're up next. Let's see. Ready if you have a code. Warsaken Blitz is a game you can play it at a leisurely pace, and yet it's still action-packed enough that it's interesting. There's strategy to it. Certainly RNG plays a factor, but it's a fun game to stream. Excellent. I'd make sure of that, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Tech, for letting me know. Congratulations on that. And again, thanks to Warsaken for providing these booster packs to give away. We're giving away another one after my next break, which will come at some point past 40 past the hour. So here, just a few minutes past top of the hour here, 3 o'clock local time in Nashville. So just past 4 p.m. Eastern. This is about that time of day, about an hour or two from now. If past history is any indication, that queue's gonna it'll double. Suddenly that long, it seems like almost obnoxiously long at first how long the queue is, but I assure you, that's there because it was needed. And it was really something because coming into this, I hadn't anticipated it being like that as far as people willing to wait in the queue, but the support that this game has from its community is great. And it's a fun game to play too, which helps. All right, well, Rexy, if you're there, please let me know if you have a code. I know you said you were ready. I know we had that break. We'll give Rexy another minute here. I'll be a little bit flexible as far as timing goes. And that's the challenge for the live show. Trying to find that balance. All right, well, Rexy, if you're here, I need to hear from you, pal. I don't like skipping past people, especially where this queue can be, but we do have to get things going. And with lack tools, there's quite a bit you can do, even though, I mean, just trying to figure things out with SWF, I've dealt with a lot of different media formats in my day, but I really stayed away from Flash. And I've been creating websites since 1995, but I always stayed away from Flash. That was never anything that really appealed to me. And yet here it is with this now outdated format, but having to modify it to get it to do what I want, because with lack tools, being able to do that, it seems simple enough to have an on-screen selection of names like that. But trying to find something that actually will do that, good luck. If it's out there, please let me know, because I've put some time and effort into it. And if it's there, I'm going to have to move past you, Rexy. All right, Cammy Reaper 147, you're up next. You could please provide a code. Thank you.
Warsaken.
So a reminder, people that beat me here in this player versus player competition live here on Twitch with Warsaken Blitz and NashvilleLou Live, they get a spin on my prize wheel. The loot pack up there, we've got some really nice cards up there, but you get to earn it. Okay, I got the 2 of a kind here with the H5 drop. Gabix, hello. Let's keep it. Hola, hello. What? Okay, well, I'll play a drop ship, and that will end my turn. Roll a 5. So we're giving away booster packs, giving away 2 thus far. We'll have another to give away after my break, which will be at some point past 40 past the hour, so still a ways away from that, but just a heads up. So 2 of a kind weather with 3 actions to go here for the turn. Two sets of 2 as far as weather goes, and then a standalone force to end the turn. My turn. 5. Okay, well, I'll play that second drop ship. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. With a DX8. Robot dogs with laser beams. 2 actions to go. I'll play a pair of clever hijacks. Intels. That's it for my turn. Roll a 3. So 2 of a kind with a force there. With 2 actions to go for the turn for my opponent. Now it's my turn. 1. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. So I'm going to forego that lone action and end my turn. It's a roll of 1. Nothing there for my opponent. My turn. 5. Oh, if I was excited, I wasn't to say 5. I could pull back 2. Could pull back the intel cards. Put weather out there instead. So we'll put the fire in the fields out there. 2 of a kind. 1 action to go for the turn. That's I'm going to forego. That'll end my turn. That's tough when you roll a 5 and you can't make any 3 of a kind. Roll a 6. Here we go. Three of a kind force. That'll take out one of my territories. Three actions to go for the turn for my opponent. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 3. All right, well, that intel I put away, I could get back out. Could go with the other intel. I got, either way, it's 3 wide, 2 deep. My opponent's already seen the clever hijack, so there it is again.
Select target.
It's the haircut. 1 off the top
Select target.
for each of them.
Select target.
So those are 1 or 2 sets of weather cards and then a set of force. Now they're standalones. Roll of 1 for my opponent. A pullback. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. Oh, plenty of planet devices sitting around. Well, since I do have 4 of a kind of it, I can play the 1. Even if something gets... If an intel gets used against it and it gets bounced, I got 3 more. Roll a 5. Of course, a savvy opponent will know if there's a threat of intel. Maybe you don't put as much out into your war zone. It's tough to choose sometimes. 3 of a kind. That means an extra turn for my opponent with 2 actions still to go for this turn. Two of a kind WMD and then a roll of 6 for the extra turn. Hey, Danny Zara, hello. You're just in time to see me take a WMD hit. Taking on Cammy Reaper 147 here. It's got me down to 1 territory. All 4 Cammy Reaper's territories are intact. I'm giving away booster packs. I'm giving another one away on the other side of my break, which will come at some point 40 past the hour. Meanwhile, 3 of a kind force has me with a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Had a lot of fun playing thus far. I mean, as usual, it's not a surprise. It's Warsaken Blitz, of course it's fun. 2 of a kind force. All that my opponent needs is 1 more to make 3 of a kind. And that would be it for me. 6. Let's see. Well, Since I already have the one planted device out there, I'll play that first. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Both of you.
Select target.
And one of the weathers. Remember, all my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force to beat me here. That would be the match. 4 actions to go. WMD time. Triggered meltdown. That'll take down 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Hey, Rexy. Oh, is that what happened? I knew you were there, and I tried my best to stall. I knew you were there, but I had to go on at some point, so yeah. 1 action to go here for my turn, so I'll play that 3rd H5 dropship. Despite all of this, I'll still have an opponent with 1 territory, and I'll have a compromised leader. My turn will be over, and that's just all there is to it.
Select target.
So a roll of 1 for my opponent, which means I'll live on for at least another turn. This is also a reminder to never get too high or too low about a given match of Warsaken Blitz, because sometimes there can be some late swings that you just will not anticipate coming, and then boom. But that's not the case here necessarily for me. That kind of break there with that was a roll of 1 there for my opponent. So I rolled a 2 here. I've got to get, at some point, 3 of a kind force times 2. And that, it's a tough one. I'll play the weathers. If by chance I get another roll, at least that might buy me just enough extra space to get a win. But it's going to be so tough. This will probably be, we'll see what it is before I tell you what it might be. There's already 1 of a kind force out there. It's a 5. There it is. All right, congratulations. Cammy Reaper 147 victorious. Good game. And so I don't believe, Cammy Reaper, that I have a wax. I know there's the one in game here. I don't know if that's where you want me to send your prize, or if you have a different address. Because for some people, what shows in here for their wax wallet is not the wallet where they want it to go. And so I'll send it wherever is requested, but I want to make sure it goes to the right place. I also make sure I want to write down that's a win for you there. I have to write it backwards. It was a loss for me. Get that confused if I don't take some care with it here as far as my documentation. All right, thank you. That is the wallet there. Right. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit next as far as the queue goes, but we'll get to that in a moment. So Tissues, you'll be up here in just a moment. But first, we're going to take a trip over to the prize wheel. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Here's a look at the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we'll take off the infected water supply. We'll sort it, and I'll go through the cards here. Let y'all know what's on this wheel. So it's 1 out of 48 for any given one of these. You got the 3 epics up there, including that Epic Leone, donated by Musical Man. That's a loot pack for my own personal collection. A whole bunch of super rares. An Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Ultra rares. The very rares. That's what we're looking at here. Oh, you were set then. If you had those, if you had the four Nikas, you were set. Yeah, so good game. That was well done. I mean, I did my best to rally, but again, this game, there's enough of a legitimate chance to get back into it where it's worth the effort. It's never a lost cause. It never feels like that, even though sometimes it can be a long shot. So I'm going to give this a few shuffles here. We'll give it a spin, and we'll see what you won. Good luck. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Oh, so close. But it's still a very good card here. A super rare GR0 Edge, number 398. Almost got that successful mole hunt. Not quite, but still a very good card there. Oh, thank you, Rusky Music. Thank you. Go ahead and put it there in chat, mining it. Neri. 16. I appreciate it. I mean, it's a mining game. It's not like there's... it's a different sort of game. It's not really something that's suited for live streaming, at least not for the way what I like to do from a streaming standpoint. I only got games like this that are so much fun. So, okay, I'm going to pull this up here on the inventory screen here for my Fulfillments wallet. We'll get this super rare GR0 Edge sent out to you here in just a moment. There it is. And now it's not want to cooperate for me. Come on. There we go. Had to be slightly patient for a moment. Imagine that. So for the memo, I'll type in NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. We'll send it out, and then I'll show it off here before we get on with the next match. All right, so what I'm going to do now is for just a moment, I'll pull up the slate. Make sure this transfer went through, the prize was sent out. And again, it's more than just validation that sending out what I tell you I'm sending out. You can always look on the blockchain. There's nowhere to hide. But it's part of the fun of this is showing off. Well, maybe there's also part of the fun is making sure this actually goes through. All right, hang on. I'll make sure it actually sent before I start pulling it up and pat myself on the back about it. Okay, maybe it just took a second to show up there. Let's see. There it is. Okay. For some reason, I had to manually refresh it. All right, there it is. Congratulations. Cammy Reaper 147. There it is, the GR0 Edge. That camo. Only 500 of these exist. This one is yours. Congratulations on the prize. So for just a moment, bring the slate back up. We get ready to go with our next match here in Warsaken Blitz live player versus player competition here on NashvilleLou Live. Exclamation point join. Just type that in chat if you'd like to enter the queue. It's 6 deep at the moment. All right, so Tissues, you're up. Thank you. I just got the code. Thank you. All right, thank you for stopping in, Danny's there. I appreciate it. Always appreciate that. Thank you. Tissues, I got the code. Thank you for that. So we'll be ready here with our next match of Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. All right, taking on Tissues. It was victorious over me earlier. Okay. Sometimes it takes me a moment to get started with a given round because I need to make sure I have everything ready with my notes. It's like you blink and 5 matches will fly by if you're not careful. Well, these cards look very nice. They don't match. So nothing making 2 of a kind. I'll use a mulligan. So it reshuffles my deck of 60, my arsenal, and then... Well, I'm not thrilled about... Even though 2 WMD is nice, You don't want to throw that out there early, and then you've got like where you can't play anything early. Oof. I'm going to use the second mulligan. My opponent gets to go first. Well, again, kind of marginal as far as what I ended up with. This is why when I get two of a kind, force, or that thing that makes for an easier matching, I'm less inclined to try and chase that higher end hand because you can end up with something like that. So I had to give up that extra card to my opponent. And what I got was no better than what I had trying to find something better there as far as the mulligan went. That's just how it goes in this game. That's part of the risk. So roll a 4. Well, hopefully Rusky Music, you'll be able to find somebody there in the auto match queue there while you're waiting for your turn here to show up. I know there's something that does take some time as far as getting through the queue. Want to get everybody their due amount of time. So there's a pair of weather cards there for my opponent. I rolled a 1. So pretty dreadful. I will go ahead and just throw a weather out there. I will do that. And that's it for my turn. If I'm going to do a one-off, it'll probably be a weather. Roll 2 for my opponent. Two sets of 2, weather for my opponent. My turn. 3. Well, I can go 2 of a kind with the hacked networks. 1 action to go for the turn. Nothing else to match. I'm not going to play part of a WMD set, so that's out of the question. So I'm going to end the turn with 1 action unused there to end it. Now it's my opponent's turn. So roll a 6. A reminder, I'll be giving away another booster pack later in this hour. Take about a 5-minute break typically on the last match, whatever it is, 40 past the hour. And then on the other end of that, giving away a booster pack. We've given away 2 already. 3 of a kind, 4. So I'll take out one of my territories. I'll be down to 3. Three actions to go here for my opponent. 2 of a kind force with 1 action to go for the turn. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. So for the extra turn, it's a roll of 1. No play there. My turn. 5. All right, well, I can play a 3rd intel at hacked network. Let's bounce.
Select target.
I'm going to take out both of the weathers. Notice it's not going to confirm that I want this. It's just going to take them both out and that's it. So be careful when you're doing it this way.
Select target.
See what I mean? It's gone. No undo. And then one, you can't take both of them with the 4 since I took 2 with the weather. So just the 1. 4 actions to go for the turn. I've got 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's go 2 of a kind with a Ghost Manta. Force cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. 2 sets of 2 of the intel. They while they have different details on them, certainly for the purposes of Blitz, they function the same. You're just looking for that category. That's it for my turn. Two. Two of a kind intel. My turn. 3. Well, I can play a second weather, finally. So only 1 spot's left open in my war zone. Nothing makes 3 of a kind, so I'm going to forego the last 2 actions and end the turn. roll of 6 for my opponent. Three of a kind WMD. That's going to take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Three actions to go for the turn for my opponent. Already have 1 loss to Tissues earlier today. Tissues trying to go 2 for 2 against me. My next broadcast for NashvilleLou Live will be tomorrow for the Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. So 3 actions to go here for my opponent. Trim time, uh-oh. Tissues, let me know what's about to happen. 1 off the top each. Not so much fun when it happens to you in this game versus being able to dish it out. That's all part of it. 2 of a kind building cards. That's a good way to undo a well-timed intel. Bring it back. Roll 4. Okay, well, 3 of a kind with a W1MG.
Select target.
So I'll take out at least 1 territory here. So only 1 action to go for the turn. I'll go ahead and play a second Ideal Conditions. That's it for my turn. So roll a 5 for my opponent. You want to play me in Warsaken Blitz? If you beat me here live on stream, you win a spin on my Warsaken prize wheel. Right now it's 7 deep in the queue. 3 of a kind building, so guessing going back for force. I don't know. A little hodgepodge. Two of a kind force out there for my opponent with 3 actions to go for the turn. 3 of a kind force. I'm of a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Two of a kind force. All my opponent needs is 1 more force card to match there, and that would be it. 2. It's been that kind of match for me. Well, that's it for the turn. Clear out the one-offs out there. Actually, I don't know how productive that really was, but it's a roll of 3 here. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force, and that's going to be the match. There it is. All right, congratulations, Tissues. 2 for 2 on the day. Victorious over me. All right, Tech, we'll get to our match here in just a moment. So please be ready for that. So I'll bring up the slate for just a moment as we head over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Give everybody a look at what's on the wheel today. Hey, Tissues, that was a solid win for you there. All right, so here it is from NashvilleLou Live, and in part from my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. Here on the Warsaken prize wheel, we'll take off that last prize. So now you're talking about 1 out of 47 odds for any one of these given prizes up here. Got these epics, including that epic Leone, donated by Musical Man, a loot pack that I've got up there. Those loot packs are harder and harder to come by. But luckily I stocked up, so I've got some to give away here, including that one. The super rares, that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP that almost came off the wheel just a little bit earlier. Came very close. Ultra rares, even those very rares that are some very nice looking cards. So even the most common of the bunch, you're still talking about 1 out of only 1,000, and even with those, you're looking at some nice options. At least in my opinion. I put stuff on the wheel that I would want to win if I were in the opposite position. Now you should, Tissues, as far as tournaments go. Those tournaments are a lot of fun. So, all right. So I'm going to give several shuffles here. Here's the spin. Good luck, Tissues. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. All right, congratulations. It's a super rare John Ryder Oil Engineer, number 445. All right. Make a note of this here. My list of results. I'm sure there's a more efficient way to do this than what I'm doing, but this way I know for sure I've got it, so. Luckily now I've got your, and for my regulars, I try to start a list here with the various addresses for everybody to make sure it goes to them. That's an important part of it. Okay. There it is. So I'm going to send it over right now, this super rare John Ryder Oil Engineer. Noting it's a NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. And this is coming from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. Double checking to make sure I've got the right name with the right address, and I do. So I'll send that over right now. Or as quickly as Anchor wants to respond. Here we go. All right. So for just a moment, I'll bring the slate back up. Get a chance to show off the prize here on the wheel real quick. There it is. Congratulations. John Ryder, Oil Engineer, number 445. I like the way he's got one hand on the walkie-talkie. The other is on that wheel right there. Whatever that, he's dialed into. He's not distracted. He's not worried about the clouds or the camo that keeps flashing around him. He's got A to render. All right, and that is yours. Congratulations. You there, Tissues? And so we'll get ready one more match before take my break, and then of course the other side of that break, be giving away another booster pack. Having so much fun with that. Playing Warsaken Blitz with you here live on stream. Thank you, Tech, for the code. We'll get to our match here right now, right away. Hey, glad you like it, Tissues. Congratulations on the win. Let's see.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. Okay. The two-of-a-kind weather. That works for me. I'll keep it. All right, my opponent goes first. As the last match revealed, if you get greedy at all trying to get better cards, you end up in a worse off spot. Although for me, it was more just I didn't have anything that was particularly overwhelmingly positive about either the first 8 cards or the mulligan. So took the second mulligan and wasn't much better, but that's part of it. So roll a 5 here for my opponent. So two-of-a-kind intel, then a standalone weather, and that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn? 3. Okay, well, nothing makes 3 of a kind. I'll play 2-of-a-kind freezing rainstorms. 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. Play an Agent Zera. Not let me click on the OK. And when this happens in the game, you just have to hit F5. Refreshes the app. Takes you right back to where you were. If you're lucky, you won't miss anything from your opponent. So if that ever happens, if you're playing Warsaken Blitz, and for whatever reason it won't let you click on something, you just have to refresh it and it should work for you. There's a roll of 1 for my opponent. And it's a standalone intel, so some intel looming out there for Tech. Roll 1. Well, I'll play a second Agent Zera, and that's going to be it for me for the turn. So roll a 5. Up 800 XP. Awesome. You're welcome. Thank you for playing. I appreciate it. I appreciate my regulars. I appreciate the new people. Appreciate everybody takes the time, even just to swing in for a little bit and see what's going on with this. So look at all that intel out there. 3 wide, 2 deep, and it's all intel. And you can tell from that insignia, that bottom left part of the card. That's how you know what category it fits into. There's a 6. And look at this. Intel time. Came at a most opportune time. It's one way to undermine intel. Plant a device. Spy versus spy, pal. Well, let's bounce.
Select target.
There you go, 1 of each.
Select target. Select target.
3 actions to go for the turn. Let's now play the 3-of-a-kind A7X. Those are force cards.
Select target.
3-of-a-kind force takes out an opponent's territory. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 3. So 2-of-a-kind building cards. It's one way to bring back those intels that I sent to the trash heap, and then a pullback of one of those intels that was out there as a standalone. Roll of 1. Well, I can play a fire in the fields. But that's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. It's a weather card. My turn. 5. All right. Well, speaking of weather cards, I have one fire in the fields out there. There are two more fire in the fields with fire. Which, definitely stands out. Get your attention. Extra turn. 2 spots are open in my war zone. I have 3 actions left for the turn, but it's that weird spot where the only duo I have right now is that WMD. I just don't want to put it out there. Even with that extra turn, all that intel, I mean, you know what's going to happen. So I'm going to forego these 3 actions, end the turn, and see what I can get here with this extra turn. It's a 6. Well, that didn't work out so well. No 3 of a kinds, but a number of options combo-wise. We'll go with the DX8. Robot dogs with the laser beams. 4 actions here, and be 4 actions that I'm going to have to pass up. That's going to be my turn. So this will be the last match before I take about a 5-minute break. On the other side of that 5-minute break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Already given away 2 thus far. Number 3 be given away here in just a little bit. So roll a 6. I've given this a lot of deliberation, and I think this weekend I'm going to go ahead and finally accept the offer from Twitch to be an affiliate. I've had the offer for like 4 years, and I've held off because I didn't think I didn't have anything that was quite compelling enough to drive the traffic that I would fear I would lose for having to run advertising. That's part of it. Now, it's a way to make money, and as a professional broadcaster, I certainly look at that from a business standpoint. But I've heard it's been remarkable. I mean, the outreach from people are like very much encouraged me to do it. And I had my reservations and I explained it, and they made some compelling arguments the other way with it. As it is, I have to take this, a break every hour anyway, or else I'll wake up the next day, my neck will be killing me. So I'm not sure how I'm going to balance all of that as far as I want to make it as... I wish there was a way around the pre-rolls, but I had like all these ideas, and my ideas... There's a reason my ideas hadn't been implemented in many cases, because you can't. You can't run like 3 minutes of ads right when you open to buy yourself time. That's just not how it works. Okay, well, I rolled a 1. I mean, this is not a great spot for me here. We'll recall the DX8. So that's it for my turn. My opponent's turn here, taking on tech. So we're going to have this match, about a 5-minute break, and they'll be giving away a Warsaken booster pack. So be sure to stick around for that. Five. All right, well, I can go 3 of a kind intel. And go 1 each off the top for my opponent's war zone. I could use building cards. I could get a weather try and go for an extra turn. Because there's that freezing rainstorm in there. Or I could just go... But the thing is, if I use a 3 of a kind building, I will only have 2 actions left for my turn. So I get 1 of those. I can just bring like all of those. I mean, I already got things to match them out there as far as cards go. And so the opposite, though, if I don't, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to do that this turn, actually. As I say all this out loud, you know what? Let's play the intel. There's too much. When you got 3 deep, 2 of a kind out there, or 3 wide, 2 deep, whatever, play the intel. I don't always make the best decisions, but I try my best to think them through.
Select target. Select target.
1 each.
Select target.
So 2 actions to go here for the turn. And so I'll go ahead and play that second Agent Zera. 1 action to go for the turn. And I can play one of these, the building cards here, because even if this gets taken out by an intel, I got 3 more. So there's that. And that will end my turn. I'm taking on tech here in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 6. I have 4 territories now, but I don't think that's going to last very much longer. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn for my opponent. 4 actions to go for this turn. Three of a kind building cards. I'm guessing you're going back for weather. This intel that I cleared out. One action to go for the turn. Extra turn. 1. My turn. 1. Okay, I'll play a second freezing rainstorm. That's it for my turn. 2. It's noteworthy that Tech's arsenal's down to 20 cards. 3 of a kind. Well, milling 6 cards from my arsenal, my deck, to my discard pile. My turn. 5. Okay. Yeah, I can go back. I only need to play 2 cards, and I'll have 3 actions remaining. So I can get 3 of a kind out of here potentially, or so I would only need 1 more for a freezing rainstorm, and I would only need 1 more for an Agent Zera. But do I have an Agent Zera in here? Why did I think I did if I don't? Let's think about this. Again, I'd always make the best decisions. Some of this is... Okay. Hang on, let me look at WMDs. Maybe I'm overlooking something. Okay, here's what I have to do. I'm going to go back for a WMD. Because I never had it in my hand. I didn't... Okay. That's why I can take either one of them. So let's go back. I get 1 WMD, which I'll be able to play. And then, let's see. Got 2 of a kind out there. So I've got the 3rd of the... Let me think about this. So all I need is 1 WMD card. So I'd be bringing 2 out of here. I would only need 1 more Tiger to make 3 of a kind for the Tigers. Is there a drop ship in there? Let's make a deal. No drop ship. The DX dogs up there. There's the Agent Zera. Okay. Okay, so I can go back for Agent Zera. And for the freezing rainstorm, and then a WMD. I won't be able to play the WMD just yet. But I think that's the way I'm going to do it. Make sure I use the right one here, because if I go 3 of a kind with the wrong building card, I'll cost myself an action, and that would be very devastating, potentially. So the interrogation facility, and it's this little green outline thing here, but there's only 2 of them that are being played, and that's important. There's the Agent Zera. I'm only going for 1 of the WMDs. I only need, unless I were to try and put part of one of them out there in some sort of weird risk. That'd be the only reason to do it that way. Okay, so 1 more action to take here. What am I overlooking? There it is. Freezing rainstorm. Okay. Now, I'll be able to play a freezing rainstorm. I can get 3. Maybe the play here is to do this. the 3 actions instead, because then I can play the Agent Zera and my opponent will have a compromised leader. I mean, I could try and... Let's see. Let's think about this. So I only have to play 1 freezing weather, or freezing rainstorm. So I would have 2 actions to go, plus about... I could have 5 actions in total. 3 of those would be the WMD sub, which would take out 2 of my opponent's territories. The 4th would be the Agent Zera, and then I would not have 3 of a kind with a force beyond that. That's the best way I can read this right now. This is probably lasting longer than it should in some ways, but I have to think these things through. You have to be careful with it here. But I'm gonna take the 3. Take the 3 actions. I think that's the better play. Also keeping in mind my arsenal's down to 12. So 3 actions or 5 actions to go for the turn. WMD.
Select target.
Two actions to go for me for the turn. So I'll play the 3rd Agent Zera, which will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
All right. Now, 1 action to go for the turn.
Leader compromised.
At this point, I need 3 of a kind force. So there are a couple of ways to do that potential. I could throw a building card out there, knowing if I rolled a 5 or a 6, even if I didn't have 3 of a kind on a draw, I'd be able to make 3 of a kind with the building cards with enough actions left to then win the game. So I think that's the play here. And it's possible 3 of a kind intel could come after a standalone like that, but I only have 12 cards in my arsenal. I mean, if Tech's going to beat me, it's because my arsenal hit 0. And there's a 6. I could be in serious trouble right here. 5 actions to go. If there's the 3 of a kind weather for Tech, I could really be in trouble. Because all Tech needs is 1 more trio of intels to mill those last 6 cards out. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. Uh-oh. That was not what I wanted to see. 2 of a kind intel, extra turn, it's a 4. If there's a 3rd intel up there, this would take me down to 0. If there's in 3 of a kind force to play, that's be just enough to beat me. See? Uh-oh. There we have it. All right, good game, Tech. So Tech victorious. All right. So in just a moment, we're going to go to the Warsaken prize wheel, and Tech will find out. That was close. It was a fun one. That's when it goes right down to the wire like that. Plus, it's a great example of how you can win a game going after somebody's arsenal. And I tend not to use that approach sometimes, but I tend not to. So it's great to have that demonstration live on stream. And so what I'm going to do now, bring up the slate. That will allow me to go over to the prize wheel and we get ready for that. So after we do the spin here on the prize wheel, we'll get that sent over, show it off, whatever that prize is. Then I'll take about a 5-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. That should be a lot of fun. All right. So now we're looking at 1 out of 46 odds for any given listing here on the prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So the 3 epics are still up there, including the Epic Leone from Musical Man, a loot pack up there. I've got a bunch of loot pack. Oh, I'll say a bunch. I have some, but I bought them up as many as I could that final night, knowing that they might be popular as far as giveaways go for the prize wheel. Of course, the super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. who donated that for the wheel. The ultra rares, the very rares. So I'll give this a bunch of shuffles for you here, Tech. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. Again, on the other side of this, how about a 5-minute break, and I'll be giving away a booster pack. And it's an ultra rare synthetic flux station number 86. Congrats. All right, so I'm going to make a note of this here. I'm going to make sure I didn't scroll down too far. Double back on that. So it's ultra rare synthetic. Flux station number 86. All right. Tech. I'll get that sent over to that d.high.wham. I know it's a prize from NashvilleLou Live, along with today's date. So we'll get that sent over to you, and then show it off here on stream. Like, I knew it was like going to be a challenge as far as those match lengths. My matches with Tech tend to go long because they tend to be very Intel based. But we started before 40 past the hour, and that tends to be my cutoff. So the next break will be slightly into the 4 o'clock hour Nashville time. It's not like some of the insanity I had to deal with in the television news business. Get yelled at because we came back at 15:03 past the hour instead of 14:59 because my anchors actually wanted to show some personality for 4 seconds. Stuff like that I don't miss about the television news business. Okay, let me double check the... Okay. Okay, so I'm going to bring the slate up here. And this will give me an opportunity. It's gone through, so I'll be able to show it off here. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it's a little bit stubborn about getting or doing what I wanted to do. But there it is. Congratulations, Tech. It's synthetic flux stations with an S on the end, so plural. Just the one card, but it's mint number 86 out of only 200 total that exists. So that is your prize. Congratulations on the victory. Now, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. When I come back from the other side of that break, at that point, we're going to do the giveaway for the Warsaken booster pack. We've already given a couple away thus far. A third will be given away here just a couple of moments. Take a quick break. Back on the other side of that with a giveaway. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break. Okay, now you can go ahead and type it in. Exclamation point Warsaken. Enter this Warsaken booster pack giveaway. Give a bit of time here for everybody to get in on it. Who wants it? And Rex, you jumped the gun. You got to wait for me to actually call for it because I got to clear out the names from before. And that's just the way it's going to work. So, have a little bit of time here. And for people that have won before, you're welcome to try again. With the deck that, or excuse me, the pack that went to Shiro, the pack that went to Tech. Tech, who also won that ultra rare synthetic flux stations number 86. Yeah, I want to make sure you're in there on this, Rusky, because you got in right before I opened it. I was like, oh. So good. So we got you in there. So I'll leave it open just a little while longer for anybody who wants to get in on this. It's a free, you just need a Wax wallet address. Giving away a Warsaken booster pack, and I greatly appreciate Warsaken for giving me these packs to give away here live on stream. Yeah, you're in this time for sure, Rusky Music. Okay. All right, last call here. I'm gonna get this going. I don't want this to bog down the show too much, but at the same point, we'll give everybody a chance to get in on it. But the idea is to hold people through the break. So booster pack time coming up here. Let me double check. It should be on the screen there if you can't see it. I can see the letters are small. Gavix with the late run in, or Natha with the run in. But yes, Rex, to answer your question. All right. Okay, here we go. I wish I could do it without like all the extra stuff. Just give me the names. But this does the job as far as picking out a name randomly. You get to see it. There's a reveal. I tried it with Streamlabs last week, and it was just a dud of a reception. People want to see have a little bit of a sizzle to it, which I'm all about that. Let's see, where's it going to stop? All right, Cammy Reaper 147, congratulations. All right, so I'll get that sent to you right now, and then we'll be ready to start Natha with our match here in just a moment. So Cammy Reaper was victorious over me earlier, won that super rare GR0, now winner of a booster pack that I'll be sending that way in just a moment. And then from there, we're going to get things started again with Warsaken Blitz. More live player versus player action. Okay, this is weird. Was it? Okay, hang on a second here. This might have some outdated information on the page here. Let me see. I've got to double check something here. Hang tight with me here for a second. Okay. I was one off on my number. He was throwing me off. I was like, did I not send Tech his the pack from the last hour? I did. I just had the number one off. So I was like, why is 28804 still there? But it's still there because that's the correct one to send out here. So I'm going to send that to you right now here. Cammy Reaper, congratulations on winning that. Again, there's a bit of a learning curve for me as far as getting this to work the way I want it to, but it's worth it, I think, to give these prizes away here. And again, I'm greatly appreciative of Warsaken for providing these booster packs to give away here live on stream. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. And that'll be coming from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. All right, thank you for that, Cam. You want to double check on that address, that Wax address that I have for you? So I'm going to send that over I'll say right now. For some reason, it's making me click through every time with Anchor, and it wasn't doing that before. But okay, so that should be through to you now. Cammy Reaper, congratulations on the win. We'll be giving away another. It won't be too long from now. I don't want to take forever and a day to get things going with the next match, but have these regular breaks. And so now, thank you for your patience. Nath, I know it's been a minute. I'll go ahead and type in this code, and we'll get things going with our next matchup here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Okay, so I have my notes up to date, and now I can concentrate on the game as I don't knock over the keyboard. Okay, 2 of a kind with the WMD, and 2 of a kind building is kind of weird. Only 2 force cards. I'll use a mulligan. That's more like it. 2 sets of 2. 3 sets of 2. I forgot that subversion. Throws me off there. I don't have all 4 that look the same. But there's only 25 of this particular one, so there's a reason for that. Keep it. And I guess I get to go first. So I roll a 6. So a pretty nice start for me here. 4 spots open in my war zone, so I can go 3 wide, 2 deep. We'll start with the XTT force cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play a second pair of force cards with the 00 black blades. 2 spots open in my war zone, 2 actions to go for the turn. Got 3 sets of 2 intel. A real show off here. And that's it for my turn. Pretty emphatic way to start. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. If you'd like to play me in Warsaken Blitz, you're live on stream, just hit ! Join in chat. Roll 1. All right, thank you for letting me know, Cammy Reaper, that did go through. Very important part of this. Make sure you get your prize. And again, that goes double when it's something that was given to me, trusted to me to give away. I want to use the utmost care. Okay, well, it's the problem of having only 1 spot left open in my war zone. 2 actions, but nothing to make 3 of a kind. So I'm going to just not use either action, and I'll end the turn. Roll a 2. Two cards and 2 actions here for Natha. Already had 1 of a kind WMD. Make it 2. 3 of a kind would take out 2 of my 4 territories. That's the power of a WMD. In Warsaken Blitz, now a standalone WMD. Playing it out there. 6. Well. 3 of a kind with the XTT. APC. It was like in 2017 when I called Nashville SC against North Carolina FC. Like there are challenges sometimes in life when it comes to branding. 5 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Nothing to make 3 of a kind that I can use here. So I'll play a pair of A9 Hammerheads, force cards. Maybe I should have played Weather instead, but too late. 3 actions to go, but again, I want to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'm going to forego the final 3 actions and end the turn. So Natha rolls a 4. Three of a kind WMD is going to take out 2 of my 4 territories. But just like that, it goes from 4 territories to 2 remaining for me, with 3 actions still to go for Natha. Now, on the flip side, that WMD sitting out there now is of no value to Natha. You can only play one per match per side. So I'd have no reason to use an intel to get rid of it. Be helping to clear space. Meanwhile, it's 3 of a kind for the 00 Black Blade. I'll take out a second of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Hey, Soul the Cat. Going well. How are you? Trying things out here today with this 2 o'clock Eastern daylight time start. I think this spot will work out pretty decently for me. Okay, well, I can only play 2 actions here. Nothing... Obviously, I can't play 3 of a kind. It'll only have 2 actions, so play 2 of those, and that will end my turn. Roll of 6. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, Soul the Cat. You're doing well. 3 of a kind, or 2 of a kind, excuse me, with a force. Need a 3rd Igor to make 3 of a kind. That would take me down to just 1 territory. 2 of a kind weather, 2 actions to go. And of course, a pullback there at WMD of no value to Natha, so there's an opportunity to open up a 4th spot, or a spot in that 4th slot in the war zone, potentially for the next turn. Roll 4. All right. Well, I like to start with the weather. Violent tornado. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind WMD. My opponent's going to have a compromised leader.
Select target.
Extra turn. Let's see. I just need 3 of a kind force to get the win. Compromised opponent. Now, I won't be able to get it here. Play a pair of weather cards. Blinding sandstorms. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'll end my turn. So it's a roll of 2 for Natha. Natha has a compromised leader. With all 4 territories on that side taken out. Well, some combos can be made with these weather cards out there, but it won't be. No play there. My turn. 3. Well. Extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. We'll play the first 2 cloud covers. Here's the extra turn, that first one. 6. All right, I'm going to get the win right here. My opponent is a compromised leader. I've got that spot up in my war zone. 3 of a kind with Agent Rico for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Natha. Rusky Music, you're up next. All right, so if you could please, Rusky Music, if you could provide me with a code, thank you. We've given away 3 booster packs thus far. We're giving away a 4th here in just a little while on the other side of my next break. An ultra rare that was won on the prize wheel. There's a lot of very nice prizes still up there on that prize wheel, though. A loot pack. An Unreal. Epics and the ultra rares. And even down to the very rares. You're still getting a nice card. Even if you're getting the least rare of the bunch. It's still one of 1,000. So there's a finite supply, but on top of it, there's some very nice looking cards. There's the code. Thank you. Rusky Music, thank you. All right.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Rusky Music. Warsaken Blitz. All right, well, this isn't so bad. 2 sets of 2, including a pair of force cards. Keep. Again, with Warsaken Blitz, start with a leader card, 4 territories, and a deck of 60 that's called your arsenal. And from that deck of 60, you start with 8 cards that are dealt out, as you saw there just a short time ago. The game decides at random who goes first. I had the lucky draw this time. Rolled a 2. I'll play a pair of lasting blizzard cards, weather cards. And that's it for my turn. A roll of 2 for my opponent. So 2 cards and 2 actions here for Rusky Music. 2 of a kind force. My turn. 6. All right, well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. But, let's see. One of the best cards of the game, the A4 Revenge Super Carrier. What a name. Play 2 of those. 2 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of Blinding Sandstorms, weather cards. 2 actions to go for my turn. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end my turn. Let's say roll of 4. So it's 2 sets of 2 with the force cards, 2 actions to go for the turn for my opponent. 2 of a kind intel. That'll end the turn. My turn. 4. Oof. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. So I've got 4 actions, and I'm not going to use any of them unless I could pull back. No, I'm going to leave what I have out there as is, so forego those 4 actions and end the turn. Roll of 2, nothing there for my opponent. My turn. 3. You gotta be kidding me. And this happens sometimes. You get a bunch of two of a kind. But only two of a kind. In turn. It's frustrating when that happens, but it's part of the game. Roll 3. Neither of us have taken out a territory from the other. But that might change here right now. Three of a kind intel. You guys taking one off the top of each? Or will you target the arsenal here? And it's the war zone targeted. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 4. Okay, I can go back for what was taken away. But I can only have one action after that for the turn. So that's like, eh. Whereas I play a WMD now and just take out two of my opponent's territories. Then I can play a second Blinding Sandstorm and we'll worry about the buildings for the next turn. I think that's the better play.
Select a target.
WMD lets you take out two of your opponent's territories in Warsaken Blitz. One action to go for the turn. I'll play that second Blinding Sandstorm and that will end my turn. So a roll of 4 for my opponent. Three of a kind intel. Again, targeting the war zone area. 3 actions to go for the turn for my opponent. Three of a kind building cards. You're going back for intel or intel? My turn. 2. That's just brutal. Play a pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. And I have to F5 it because it's not letting me click it. So I guess I roll 3 here for my opponent, who just went back for that 3 of a kind intel. Never mind that, 3 of a kind WMD. So we're both at 2 territories remaining at this point. My turn. 3. Okay. So I can play a third Fire in the Fields, and that will let me have an extra turn. There's really nothing compelling to go back for at the moment. Gonna take the extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Even if I roll a 1, I'll still have a third intel I can play next turn. I've got 3 of a kind. You can tell because they're dancing around, but because it doesn't hurt to look all the way over. You got that many cards out. Here's the extra turn. 4. Okay. So while I have 2 of these here with the time detonation, I only need 1 because I already have 2 in my war zone. Let's bounce.
Select a target. Select a target.
Basically a coin flip here, as both duos of force cards would serve the same purpose. 3 actions to go for the turn. I could use a trio of building cards, but let's see. If I did that, I would only need 1 blinding sandstorm. I wouldn't need both of them necessarily, unless the one that's out there now got targeted. So maybe. I will actually take both of them, just to be on the safe side. And then one more. It's a go for the Revenge Super Carrier. That might not have been the best way to play that. I'm not sure. It's a roll of 5 for my opponent. Taking on Rusky Music here, live on Twitch with NashvilleLou Live and Warsaken Blitz. We've already given away 3 booster packs. We've given away another here. Or too long, 3 of a kind weathers, an extra turn for my opponent. We'll be on the other side of the next break. We'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Somebody here in chat. 2 of a kind force, extra turn, 2. So 3 of a kind force will have me down to 1 territory remaining. One action to go for the turn. So it's still my opponent's turn, just 1 action to go for the turn. That's an intel card to end the turn. My turn. 3, okay. All right, well, I'm playing 2 blinding sandstorms. Well, I have 3. Again, that was almost insurance for the one that was out there. Extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Play a hammerhead. The green one. Extra turn. 3. It's not great value on an intel right now because my opponent only has 2 cards in the war zone. There's that consideration. So I'll play that second hammerhead. 3 spots in my war zone open, 2 actions to go for the turn. And we'll go with a pair of Roman's Prototype cards there, and that'll end the turn. 2 sets of 2 force for me. Taking on Rusky Music. Roll 4. I anticipate taking a break after this match is over. 3 of a kind intel. I'm down to 18 cards in my arsenal, but I doubt that's going to be the focus because I only have 1 territory remaining. I could be wrong, but I think my force cards out there are going to get the once over. And indeed, that's what happened. 2 actions to go here still for my opponent for this turn. But I mentioned the break because on the other side of that break, I'm giving away another Warsaken booster pack. So a standalone force. And that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 5. All right, 3 of a kind building cards. I can go back for a hammerhead. I can do 3 of a kind hammerhead here. I already have 1 in my hand. So I could go back 3 of a kind, get the hammerhead and 2 other cards that might help me. I'll go back for revenge. Revenge, a hammerhead. And I guess a Romans? Or should I look at a weather here? I don't want to get too caught up in this because this can... You want to get drowned in detail. Alright. Let's just do the thing. Let's get the important one here. That hammerhead. Also important. Revenge Super Carrier. One more. I might take the Romans. Take the Blizzard. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll play the Hammerheads. I'll take my opponent down to 1 territory remaining.
Select target.
Revakind Force. So that's it for my turn. It's my opponent's turn. We're both down to 1 territory remaining. It's a roll of 2. Two of a kind weather. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 3. Okay. Could play Intel here and wipe out what my opponent has, but I think that's not the best play. Play the Revenge Super Carriers.
Select target.
Maybe I'll regret the decision. I don't know, but I'm going to go with it here. It's too late now. That's it for my turn.
Leader compromised.
So my opponent's got a compromised leader, but I only have 1 territory left. A lot hinges on this roll. It's a roll of 1. Revakind Weather, extra turn. Those weathers can really help you out in a pinch. Roll a 4. If I get another turn, all I need to do is roll a 3 or higher. Revakind Force, I'll have a compromised leader. But that means I'll have at least 1 more roll to die. Only 1 action remaining for my opponent for the turn.
Leader compromised.
So 1 more action here for my opponent. Then it'll be back to my turn. I just need to roll a 3 or higher. Standalone Force. Here we go. 5. I'm gonna get the win. Jax Nash for the win.
Select target.
All right. Good game, Rusky Music.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. All right. So, Gabix, I'm going to ask you to hang tight, please. I'm going to hit next for the cube. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break here. We'll move over to this screen. You can still get in chat or get in the queue if you'd like. Exclamation point join. Just type that in chat. On the other side of this break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Giving away 3 thus far. This will be number 4. Back in just a couple minutes. Giving away a booster pack, and then it's Gabix I'll be taking on. So back in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. NashvilleLou Live, Warsaken Blitz. Rexy, you gotta wait for me to ask for it, pal. I haven't cleared the names out yet. It wouldn't be the same effect if I had it open for the break. People would just get in and then get out. But I'm going to open it here in just a moment, so please stand by. I have to make sure I'm doing this properly here, because I've never used the lac or latch or however you say it tools before. It's worked well thus far, but okay. So type !Warsaken in chat to enter. It took some doing to get the lac tools to work properly. I had to hunt down Adobe Air, which they don't even offer anymore, so I had to find it. And Meaver's technology is often a challenge. But I got it to work, and it seems to function well as far as collecting names. Yeah, type !Warsaken there in chat. Here soon we'll do a drawing, and one lucky participant will win this Warsaken booster pack. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing these great prizes to have here. But it's been a challenge for me to get to this point as it is, as far as just collecting names within a chat for Twitch. I'm surprised that there isn't more available, and yet I'm not, because I realize the difficulties and challenges of making some of those things happen where it's actually a profitable venture for somebody. All right, so last call for this drawing. !Warsaken, just type that in chat. Gabix, I've got the code from you, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Speaking of which, there you are, Gabix, with the Warsaken, so last call on that. Go ahead and type it on in if you could, please. It throws me off. I see something like jumping on my screen. It's just the effect of this, of lac tools. But it throws me off like, did I mess something up? Is it, why is it pinging like that? All right. Okay, here we go. So here we go with the names. Find out who the lucky winner is here in just a second, winning a Warsaken booster pack. Giving away 3 thus far today. This is number 4. Cammy Reaper 147 wins it again. Congratulations. So 2 in a row for Cammy Reaper. Makes it very convenient to have that address right there from before, so we'll send this one over to you. Congratulations. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and transfer that right now. And then Gabix, I've got the code from you, and we're going to get our match started in just a moment. We enter another hour of live player versus player competition with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Having so much fun playing this game. Hanging out with you here on this Friday, Nashville time. Saturday for some of the rest of the world. So it's NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. Double checking the booster pack, and it is. You know, sometimes I know it slows in. To the news producer and me, that is I always want things to be go, go, go. Sometimes you do have to take a minute to be sure you're sending the right thing to the right person when it comes to fulfillments. It's a very important part of this. All right, so the booster pack's going out right now. Well, see, right now I've got to do the 3-click combo here with Anchor. There we go. All right, so that's been sent. You're welcome. Congrats. So that was number 28835. Heading your way right now, Cammy Reaper. Gabbix, I've got the code from you, so now we get to head over here. Hey, I tell you, Rusky Music, your luck might turn around. You know how it is. It's like you wait and you wait, and it's like eventually the law of averages kicks in. Let's see where I'm at. There we go.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Gabbix. Okay, so I've got my notes up to date as far as the results and the prize giveaways. Now this is my kind of deck. 2 sets of 2. Keep. Good luck. Well. If you'd like to enter the queue, it's very easy. You just type !join in chat. Just type that. You'll enter the queue. The way it works, I play one at a time against people that line up in the queue to play me, and those that beat me get a spin on the prize wheel. I've been giving away today these booster packs. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing those to me to give away to reward people watching the stream, checking out what's going on here. And here's Gabbix with first roll, and it's a roll of 5. Entering it's 4 hours plus in at this point, still having a blast. That's one nice thing, the more leisurely type pace of this. With some games, 4 hours would be just completely a wipeout. This, it can be if you don't take breaks, I found, but as long as you do that, end up in a good spot. So 2 of a kind force for my opponent in the war zone opposite. Nothing here makes 3 of a kind. I'm not going to play the WMD pair, that's for sure. Play a pair of weather cards with the ideal conditions. 3 spots open in my War Zone 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of H5 dropships. Those are force cards. So 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind force. 2 spots open in my War Zone 1 action I could take here. I'm not going to, since besides the WMD, nothing else is 3 of a kind. So I'm going to forego that last action and the turn. So roll 3. Three of a kind force, take me down to 2 territories. 2 actions still to go for the turn for Gabbix. Two of a kind force, and that's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Well, it's nice having that as 3 of a kind, but I really can't do anything with it right now. I'm not going to put it out there. That would be a mistake, I would think. So I'm not going to use this blown action here. I'm going to end the turn. So Gabix has all 4 territories still. I'm down to 2. Roll of 1 there for Gabix. Nothing there from Gabix. My turn. 2. Oh my. I'm not putting 2 out of 3 W&Ds out there. There's just no way. There's a rib put 2 of these out there that I don't intend to use, but I'm behind. This is no time for pranks. 2 of a kind, fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. It makes for really fun live streaming. Again, much more like the baseball, golf side as far as if you're to do play-by-play style commentary, which is what I do in real life. So for, not that this isn't real life, but you know what I mean. Like if I have to drive somewhere and I mean, it's a lot of work to do a live broadcast. You have to get there early, do it professionally. You got to get there early means early, you know, and then it's quite the time commitment. Whereas with this, I can just go live here on the stream and reach people around the world. It's really something. So it's Gabix's turn here. Just past 5 o'clock local time here in Nashville. So past 6 p.m. Eastern. It's a little bit later for some folks over there in Europe. Shout out to my friends in the UK. So it's Gabix's turn here, at least I presume it is. It's got the blue dot, so whenever you're in doubt, look for that. So right now, Gabix has all 4 territories intact. I'm down to 2. It should be noted that Gabix has not used a WMD yet. And a 3-of-a-kind WMD could be played here, and I would have a compromised leader, and they'd be staring down 2-of-a-kind force. Sometimes in Blitz, you have to make a decision. There's a 5. How long are you willing to wait to hope a WMD shows up? There's 2-of-a-kind weather with 3 actions still to go for the turn. Two-of-a-kind WMD. And that's it for the turn. Gabix unloading there. My turn. 6. Okay, well, easy enough to know. I'll go 3-of-a-kind with a WMD. We'll start with that.
Select target.
This would be an ideal spot to have 3-of-a-kind intel with 3 actions. But that's just not reality. What's more, despite having these 2-of-a-kinds, I only have 1 spot open in my war zone. So I'm going to have to forego all 3 actions and end the turn. I could be in serious trouble here if Gabix with a roll of 4. If Gabix has 3-of-a-kind for that WMD and can match up 3-of-a-kind for that force, that'll be it. That'll be the match. On the flip side, if there's not a 3-of-a-kind WMD, how long do you wait? And the question is not beyond this turn. There's 3-of-a-kind force. I'll be down to 1 territory. So now a WMD at most can just take out the 1 remaining territory. A WMD will not take out a compromised leader. It all plays into the balance of this game. My turn. 1. And not even a bailout with the weather that I was hoping for. Oof. I mean, I've got nothing to make 3-of-a-kind. Same deal as before with a 4th spot in my war zone, despite having just this. Like, if you're playing the Civilization game and you got that lined up on your border, you know it's about to get ugly. And that's kind of how it is here, and yet there's nothing I can do. So I'm going to forego that last action and end my turn. Gabix with 10 cards. I mean, this roll here is Well, it's a 2. Still 32 cards in that arsenal. My hope is that some of these 2-of-a-kinds have matches that are well hidden. There's a pullback. I was not expecting to get another roll of the die. Not in this match, anyway. 6. Oh, intel. Well. And this weird thing, I mean, I've got still three spots filled, 2 each, without 3-of-a-kind matches, but
Select target.
it's a little different.
Select target. Select target.
And yes, even the WMD, because that still could take out a territory. 3 actions to go for the turn. And here's the thing, if I don't play this intel here, there's nothing else that's compelling to fill that 4th spot. Thus, more intel. More bouncing.
Select target.
Out.
Select target.
Out.
Select target.
Out. That's it for my turn. Roll a 6. So now all Gabex needs here is 2 sets of 3-of-a-kind force, and that would be the match. Three-of-a-kind force is going to give me a compromised leader. 3 actions still to go. That takes the WMD out of play as far as any consideration goes for
Compromised.
any sort of threat, but there's 3-of-a-kind weather, so an extra turn for Gabex. It's a roll of 1. So I'm going to get another turn. Here we go. 2. Well. Nothing to make 3-of-a-kind. In turn. All my opponent needs is 3-of-a-kind force, but it has to be 3-of-a-kind force. It can't be WMD. It's a roll of 2. So I'll get at least another roll because there's no way to get 3-of-a-kind weather, and there's no way to get 3-of-a-kind force here. But the intel can mess me up as far as the stuff, my war zone. Now that's an interesting decision right there. I already have a compromised leader. Now obviously it does take some cards out of my arsenal that wouldn't be showing up in my hand, but that's interesting. Interesting. 6. Okay, let's think this through. The fire in the fields. Drop ship, I only need 1 of those to make 3-of-a-kind. Trying to think if I would go... because I only need 1 fire in the fields to get 3 actions. So it'd be down to 5, but then up to 8. I can go drop ship, which would take me from 8 to 7. 3-of-a-kind DX, 7 to 4. 3-of-a-kind Agent Zera, 4 to 1, and I would win, if I'm reading this correctly. So this is the case where you go with the plus 3 actions. I mean, you could take a chance with a +1 turn, but that's a good way to roll a 1 and lose the match. Now, it's also possible that my math is off here. I made a mistake. It's the human element, I guess. So 8 actions here. Notice they put the +2 next to it. Kind of like squeeze that in there. That's not me doing any sort of squeeze down on the screen. They got it wedged in there. So it's 8 actions in total, and I need 7, so this will work. Dropship.
Select target.
See my opponent down to 1 territory. 7 actions still to go. And you can see how this is going to end. DX8.
Select target.
I did not expect to win this match. Not at all. Not the way it started, certainly.
Compromised.
So that whole thing about not giving up in this game, that's more than just lip service. You saw it right there.
Select target.
That's the match.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
And it can be frustrating to be on the other end of that. I've been on that end of it with where Gabix was, where you had a lead and an opponent that gets lucky on a roll and finally gets some cards to show up when need be. So let's see. Rexy, you could please provide a code. We'll get things going with our next match here with Warsaken Blitz. I'm more than 4 hours in, and I'm having a blast. It doesn't feel like I'm 4 hours in. And I don't know how late I'll go with it tonight, but as long as there are people in the queue here, and at some point I will close the queue, but for people that are in the queue, I will play through it all with everybody. I have to be careful. I've had it before. It was like 13 people in there. I think, whoa, there's a serious time commitment here. So yeah, Rexy, whenever you got a code, send it my way, please. All right, thank you. And a reminder, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack after my next break, which will be at some point past 40 past the hour. And likewise, Rexy, good luck, pal. All right, let's see. I need to type in the code, and I will. And it's always a 0 and not an O. I'll remember that. It's helpful because with those codes, especially in a situation like mine, where it's not copy-paste, a little confusing.
Warsaken.
So if you know it's always a 0, it certainly helps. Taking on Rexy. We're both table flippers. Very colorful, but that's a lot of WMD. They don't look alike, but it's the title. They're both EMP discharge. So those are two of a kind. But what I look for early on, especially that opening 8, I want something that I can play that's two of a kind. And that's just asking for trouble, I think. Mulligan. So it reshuffles your deck of 60 and gives you 8 fresh ones. And while I'm not thrilled about it, I'm not going to use that second mulligan. I do have two of a kind with the intel. Keep. Hey, sounds good, Tissues. Thank you for letting me know. Two of a kind weather for my opponent with 2 actions still to go for the turn. Two of a kind WMD. Not messing around. 5. It's that moment where I realized I was going to need to do a little bit of talking and I need a swig of water. Okay, a lot of two of a kind options here. These don't look enough alike as I thought they would. This is like, sometimes things in theory work better than you think they will as far as looking matching wise on a deck. These two, it's, despite the camo, it's a different shade of green. And yet with all that set, I'm gonna play. Get two of a kind weather. Whoa. Oh, not trying to right click. 3 actions to go, 3 spots open in my war zone. I'll play a pair of B6 Rabid Beasts. Force cards. Two of a kind weather, two of a kind force. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to hold off on the intel. I mean, this is not bad. Max Harper. Or do I go weather? We'll go weather. Freezing Rainstorm. That's it for my turn. Roll of 2. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing the fun new card strategy game, Warsaken Blitz. So two of a kind weather, two of a kind WMD, And another two-of-a-kind weather for Rexy. My turn. 3. Keep that 4th spot in your war zone open for times like this. 3-of-a-kind intel. And you know it's haircut time. 1 off the top. And 1 was green, 1 was blue in there, but 3-of-a-kind nonetheless. Let's bounce.
Select target.
1 each. Weather.
Select target.
WMD.
Select target.
Other weather. That's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. So I'm taking on Rexinator. 2-of-a-kind weather, so the timing worked out well for me as far as getting that 3rd one out of there from earlier 4. So now I can go 3-of-a-kind weather, and that'll give me an extra turn for the next round. It'll also open up a spot in my war zone. Again, normally you'll take the +1 turn as opposed to the +3 actions. Especially mid-match. Okay. 3 actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 spots in my war zone open. And I will play that 2nd freezing rainstorm. 2-of-a-kind force, 2-of-a-kind weather. 2 spots open in my war zone, 2 actions to go for the turn. I could go intel, could go force. I'm going to go force. Let's go Max Harper. Extra turn. 5. Double O Black Blade. That's 3-of-a-kind force. Take out one of my opponent's territories. Rexy's down to 3. Two actions to go for the turn. There's some risk in splitting this up, putting it out there now, but I'm going to take that chance. The Prime Regent. That's it for my turn. 6. Uh-oh. Three-of-a-kind weather means an extra turn for Rexy. 3 actions to go for this turn. That's 2-of-a-kind weather. It's not lost on me that those 2 weathers have a 3rd hiding out there. Not hiding, they're pointing them out right over here. See, fire in the fields, ideal conditions. I know that because I bounced them there. Here's the extra turn. 6. Uh-oh. When you start having an opponent that gets extra turn, rolls a 6, another 3-of-a-kind weather, things can change in a hurry. There's 3-of-a-kind force that'll take out one of my territories. 4 actions to go after that. So we each have 3 territories. Two-of-a-kind weather, so 3 wide, 2 deep, all weather. Final 2 actions not used. My turn. 1. Well, it worked out well for me with the Ken Show out there, right? I mean, I could go Max Harper, but I'm going to go Ken Show. I played that one in the 4th spot, and that can be a tell.
Select target.
So my opponent's down to 2 territories, but it's a roll of 5 for Rexy. Playing Warsaken Blitz. If you'd like to play, just type !join in chat, and you can enter the queue. And if you beat me, you get a spin on my Warsaken prize wheel, 3-of-a-kind intel. Let me guess, 1 off the top for each. Indeed. 2 actions to go here for Rexy. Five. I think those weathers are a more pressing issue than any sort of... I don't have quite... If I had a little more, I'd have enough firepower to get there, but I don't. So instead, let's go defense. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target.
Clearing out one of each of the weathers.
Target.
2 actions to go for the turn. I'm not putting 2/3 of that out there. I'll play Max Harper Dealer. 2 of a kind. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play a second B6 Rabid Beast, and that'll end my turn. So we'll see if that strategy works out for me. Roll a 3 here for Rexy. I have 3 territories remaining. Rexy's down to 2, but roll a 3 could change things in a hurry. Remember that intel that I played there? Took 1 each off the top of those weathers that were out there too wide. There's 3 of a kind intel. You see why I didn't put my WMD out there in piecemeal form. That clears 3 out for my war zone, but it's my turn. 3. All right. Lung plate in red. Only 4 of these in existence, and I got 1 of them. I'm going to play it right now.
Select target.
WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. So we'll give my opponent a compromised leader. And that's it for my turn.
Compromised.
A roll of 1. Tough roll there for Rexy. Now, it's not like I've got a knockout shot ready to go by any means. 2. It's a building card played there by Rexy, which is noteworthy. We'll go with a pair of blinding sandstorms, and that'll be it for my turn. I just need 3 of a kind force and enough actions to use them, but won't happen there. There's a roll of 5. There's a 3 of a kind building. You go back for that weather. You only need 2 building cards to make 3 of a kind. You have 3 actions to go. You play the weathers, and that can start cascading on me. So that's if there are, in fact, 3 of a kind buildings there. I don't know that. This is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. So 5 actions here for my opponent, Rexinator. Here we go. 3 of a kind building cards, what was I telling you? Let's see if this weather gets taken here. Fire in the fields. Ideal conditions. I mean, there'll be, yeah. We didn't take the fire in the field. We took the that's going to be the 3 of a kind right there. There'll be an extra turn, I'm guessing. Yep. So 1 action still to go for this turn. I mean, Rexy could go on a tear here, and that could be the end. Rexy could beat me here. Depends how that roll goes. Uh-oh, more building cards. Here's the extra turn. It's a 6. What was I telling you about those weathers and 6s? The tide of a match can turn in a hurry. Rexy is a compromised leader. All I need to do is get 3 of a kind force have enough actions to play it. There's 3 of a kind building, so maybe this time around going to get the there's a blinding sandstorm. There's only 1 in here. Am I for intel maybe or force? Fire in the field makes sense. Got those 2 out there, or got 1 out there. May already have the 4th in the hand. I don't know. So they went fire in the fields and then... Oh, not fire in the fields. Interesting. Want intel? Okay, there it was. Ideal conditions. 3 of a kind weather. So an extra turn past this one. Hey, Gabix. Yeah, with the Warsaken, with that, I've just been doing that when I've been doing the giveaway, so that's just like have a relatively short period of time for that, just as a heads up. I find I don't always explain things the best when it comes to this. I'm trying to juggle several things at once. And so a roll of 1 here, so I caught a break with that finally. 2 of a kind WMD. I just need a roll of 3 or higher and have 3 matching force cards. Let's see, it's a 1. I mean, that's just brutal. Intern. Roll 2. Three of a kind WMD. I'm going to be down to 1 territory. But I'll get another roll. And again, I just need to get 3 or higher and have enough forces to make a trio. So I'm down to just the final territory. 1 action to go here for Rexy for the turn. Standalone force. My turn. 5. Okay, well, wildly enough, still nothing as far as 3 of a kind for force. But 3 of a kind weather, I'll get an extra turn. So we'll see. For now, we'll go 3 of a kind intel with the equipment recall. Let's clear out that war zone altogether.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. And just the 1 action to go here for the turn. Let's play a Resin Evade. Extra turn. 6. Well, let's do it. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness. That's really something. Okay, well, I'll play the 2nd Resin Evade. Oh my goodness. This is like in Pulp Fiction when all the bullets missed, inexplicably. Oh, let's see. The WMDs are of no value to me at this point. I can go 2 of a kind at least with a building card. So this would be pulling something off the board. So if I'm going to pull something off the board, let's see. The 2 Max Harpers down here. What about the boat? Boy, I mean, if I'm bringing something back to my hand to possibly make 3 of a kind, or if I have to pull something off the board to make room. This is about the time in the live stream when me explaining things starts to tail off a bit, just because. And yet it's still great fun. I'm having so much fun with this. Okay. Well, it's more a matter. I'm not going to get 2 runners on a Max Harper because 2 of those cards are in my discard pile. So I'm going to bring this back. 4 actions to go. This will at least let me play a pair of interrogation facilities. So I can do that. 2 actions to go for the turn, but I'm just going to go with what I have here. Forego those last 2 actions and end the turn. So roll 4 for Rexy. Rexy's sitting on 24 cards up there. Three of a kind force. I'm going to have a compromised leader. I'll get yet another roll to die, though.
Compromised.
One action to go here for this turn for Rexy. My turn. 1. This is unreal. What a rib. Man, oh man. Well, Rexy, if you can get 3 of a kind force, you're going to beat me here. There's a 2. If you've got 2 more force cards to match that, was the Selfless Hero? Yeah. If you've got 2 more of those, that's 2, that's 3. Rexy's going to beat me right here. Wow. Tell you what, Rexy, that was quite the comeback. Good game. All right, so that means we get to take a trip to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. Congrats, that was a fun match. Let me go ahead and hit next. And so, Cammy Reaper, once I finish with the prize wheel and showing off what Rexy wins here in just a minute, we'll be ready to go. And that'll be probably on my last match before my next break. And of course, the other side of the next break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. But first, let's head to the prize wheel. Actually, before I do that, I will note in my list here. I already fell behind it and have the listing here for you. That's how fast it feels like it's going. It's really something. Okay. So we'll remove that synthetic flux stations. I'll let the S off. My errant use of a singular there. Really stations with an S, but it's 1 card. And now it's off. So you're looking right now at 1 out of 45 odds, which gets more and more interesting with this. Let's sort it, look through it before we do the spin. So we got the 3 epics up there. An Epic Leone from Musical Man. Loot pack. Bunch of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Ultra rares. And finally the very rares. I need to actually pull this up so I can read it here. Yeah, that was intense, Rexy, for sure. All right. Okay. I'm going to give this several shuffles. We'll give it a spin. Good luck to you, Rexy. Here we go. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. You got the Epic Leone. Congratulations. Oh my goodness, you missed it. Oh, I ruined the reveal. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh, I feel terrible. But yeah, you just won something cool, so there's a surprise. All's well that ends well, I hope, for you, Rexy. So congratulations. And again, thanks to Musical Man for donating that Epic Leone to add to the wheel some time ago. Yeah, you got it. That's the thing. You got the cool prize there, and you earned it. What a fight there to battle back into it, get the win. So stand by, please. This is a nice card right here. Wait till I get a look at this. Let me double check here real quick. Can't believe I had the slate up and didn't have it pulled down. I was going through the whole spiel, and again, there's a certain point where I can tell, okay, productivity does drop a bit after a while, but it's so much fun. I'm not looking to get out of it. I'm having a blast with this. But all the more reason to triple check that this is going to the right place. But this is where it's fortunate that I have my little database for my regulars. And I appreciate y'all greatly. Y'all, if it weren't for y'all, there wouldn't be a show. Not like this, certainly. So, Rexy, I got this ready to send your way. I don't even have it up on the right thing. I've got the... There's part of the problem. I don't even have it on the right page. Okay, well, you see, though, you got the epic right there. Let me go ahead and send this to you as opposed to describing the process of sending it to you. Just do it. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. Heading your, well, it's the 21st, not the 23rd. Wow, okay. But it's the right card, and you're going to be happy with this, Rexy. All right. You're welcome, Rexy. But thanks, thanks really to Musical Man who donated this particular card. So, for the moment, I will bring the slate back up. I can't believe it. That's like having my microphone muted during a tournament match in Blockchain Brawler. It's just like, oh, how can I do that? I should be better than this. With something like that, you just kind of have to learn from it and do better next time. So let's go ahead and pull this up here. I want people to see this. You're going to like this. There it is. Congratulations, Rexy. It's that epic Leone number 35. There's only 50 of these in existence. Look at that. 4 of those. So some level 4 there. That's a 21 start morale, so you'll want to play a vast hinterland with that if you decide to use this card in any sort of Warsaken Blitz game. But it's yours. Enjoy. Congratulations. All right. So we'll have one more match here before my next break. I've already got the code sent my way, which I appreciate greatly, from Cammy Reaper 147. So now I'm going to go ahead and type that in.
Warsaken.
All right, taking on Cammy Reaper. All right, now this I can go with. 3 of a kind WMD out of the gate. You better believe I'm going to keep it. But that's part of the surprise of this to me, is how much fun I have giving these things away, giving away cards, especially the stuff that's in that higher end. But it really is fun to give it away because people enjoy it, and it's, you know, with the great artwork in this game, it's not like I have to stretch to praise anything. It's got some wonderful stuff. So roll of 2 for my opponent. Two of a kind force. My turn. 5. Well, go ahead and play that triple WMD that I lucked into.
Select target.
WMD lets you take out 2 of your opponent's territories in Warsaken Blitz. But just like that, my opponent's down to 2 territories, 2 actions to go for the turn for me. But nothing makes 2 of a kind, so I'm going to forego both actions and end my turn. So it's a roll of 6. Three of a kind force. It's going to take out 1 of my territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn for my opponent. 2 of a kind weather for Cammy Reaper. 1 action to go. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Oh. Play a ZS Wolf. And that's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. No play. My turn. 2. Play that second ZS Wolf. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play Instigated Riots, an intel card. And that's it for the turn. Roll of 5. So a reminder, after this match, have about a 5-minute break. On the other side of that break, have another giveaway. The Warsaken Booster Pack, 3 of a kind WMD. Just like that, I'm down to 1 territory. 2 actions still to go for this turn for my opponent. Two of a kind force to end the turn. My turn. 6. All right. Well, I'll go 3 of a kind weather, and that will give me an extra turn. Three actions to go for this turn. I'll play that second Instigated Riots. 2 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. And we'll go with a pair of Roman's prototype cards. Extra turn. 4. All right. I'll go 3 of a kind with Max Harper. That'll take out a 3rd territory for my opponent. We'll be down to just 1 remaining. Just like me.
Select target.
One action to go for the turn that I'm not going to use. I'll end the turn. A roll of 1. Roll to 2. So my opponent played a weather card in that 4th spot over there. Nothing makes 3 of a kind, and I'm going to forego those 2 actions and end the turn. It's a 6. Three of a kind weather. Extra turn. This could be it for me. If my opponent gets 3 of a kind force times 2, that'd be the match. There's 3 of a kind force. We have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action to go. There's the 3rd force card to match either of those 2 of a kinds. There's not, but here's the extra turn. It's a 6. There's a pullback. Making room for 3 of a kind force. Indeed, that's gonna be the match. All right, good game. Cammy Reaper 147 with a win. I need to. Again, I have to keep track of this. I felt like I was up to speed as far as what I had written down here, and I didn't have this part. So, I had this. Cammy Reaper victorious. And so, what's going to happen now is we're about to take a trip over to the Warsaken prize wheel. This time, I'll try not to have to slate up for it. Can't believe that happened. I mean, I can. This is me doing 3 jobs at once. But you know what I'm saying. Okay, so we're going to go to the prize wheel here in just a moment. These neighborhood kids are so loud. My next door neighbor's got a trampoline. I can tell, like, when they've got kids that have come over, it's like this just loud yelling. Kids being loud. All right, so stand by. Okay, here we go. Helps if I bring the slate down, right? There we go. All right, so gave away an epic. Let's sort the list here. 2 epics still on there. Gardens of Lee, Spoils of War, Loot Pack, whole bunch of super rares, an Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, bunch of ultra rares, and finally very rares. You're looking at 1 out of 44 odds for any one of these listings. So good game. You earned this. So here we go. Cammy Reaper. I'll give this several shuffles. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. After this, about a 5-minute break, and after that break, you give it away another booster pack. All right, congratulations. Super rare fortified greenhouse number 372. Congrats. So I'm going to send that to you right now. We'll show it up on stream here for a moment. And then I'll take that break. On the other side of the break, we'll have that booster pack to give away. And then more live player versus player matches. At some point, I will have to close the queue. I'm having a blast with it, though. And once you're in the queue, I'm not going to kick people out, barring sudden exhaustion setting in or something unexpected. Okay, let's see. A quick note here about this being the super rare fortified greenhouse. I'll have that for my notes. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. All right. Double checking that address, making sure that's what I have is correct, because that is important. And it is. All right. Okay. So for a moment, I'll pull the slate up. All right. There it is. Congratulations. Super rare fortified greenhouse number 372. Well, congratulations. It is yours, Cammy Reaper. Bring the slate back up for just a moment. All right. So I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. On the other side of the break, I'll let you know when the time's right. We'll open it up for another Warsaken booster pack giveaway. I might end up closing the queue on the other side of this break. So if you want to get in, now's the time. I don't want to overextend myself because I want to make sure everybody who's in that queue gets a fair shake as far as matches go. All right, you got it. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Take about a 5-minute break. Back on the other side, be giving away Warsaken booster pack. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. All right. Try and get the music down to the correct levels. Try to get my tongue to work in the correct way. Nearly 5 hours in, still having a blast with this. If you want to get in the queue, I suggest you do it now, because I imagine when I finish up here with this next Warsaken booster pack giveaway that I'm going to close the queue. I'll play the remaining people in line. Hopefully give away some more prizes. Had a lot of fun with that. And then we'll say goodbye for today with that. And then tomorrow, of course, the Blue Mint tournament happening for Warsaken Blitz. That should be a lot of fun coming up tomorrow. All right. So now I'm going to... I popped it up there early, I guess. I jumped the gun. Let's see. Clear. Okay, now go ahead and open it up. And I'll keep it open here for a couple minutes. I don't want to rush anybody. I don't tell somebody I was going to be a 5-minute break and I'm back 3.5 or however it was later. I'm not trying to trip anybody up intentionally. Easy enough to do that accidentally, at least for me. All right, so we'll have the names filling in there. I'll go and type this in chat as opposed to just saying. And for some people, not everybody speaks English, and for some people, translations go a long way. So type Warsaken. Enter the booster pack giveaway. And that's here in chat, so already given away 4 of these today. Sent those out to Shiro and to Tech, and sent 2 to Cammy Reaper. And so this will be last call as far as anybody wants to get in the queue. I suggest you go ahead and do it now. As far as the queue for the join queue to play Warsaken Blitz. All right. So leave it open just a short time longer, but it's exclamation point Warsaken. Just type that in chat. See where other people have done it as well. And in a second here, we'll get to choose who the lucky winner is of this 5th Warsaken booster pack to be given away here today on NashvilleLou Live. I greatly appreciate Warsaken for providing me with these packs to give away to you. People supporting these live broadcasts. It's so much fun to do. It's very well paced for a conversational live streaming experience, in my opinion. All right, so let me check one thing here real quick. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and start it here in just a second. And we'll do this giveaway, and then after that, I'm going to go ahead and close the queue. So, last call for the queue, like last call, last call. All right, so here we go now. Good luck. Using LAC tools for this today. This way you can see visually on screen and reveal who the winner is. Rexy. Congratulations, Rexinator. So Rexy wins. The booster pack. And I'll make sure which one. I can keep track of all this for my records so I know what was sent out and when. There's not any doubt about it. So this will be number 28836 going your way here, Rexy, in just a moment. So congratulations on that. And again, appreciations for me to everybody who's taken the time to play or to otherwise watch or lurk or however you want to consume the product on demand later. Yeah, well, the names, like, they double up and triple. Like, it's that way, like, if you see It's normally you're going to have more than 4 people on a spin like that. So that's why the names are in there that way. I'm just grateful there's something I can do that does a random draw on screen. I'm surprised that it was that difficult. Maybe the part of it that's just user error on my end, but I would have thought that there would be something that was I don't know, was an easier use, but it works. And so that's what I'm going with for now. All right, Rexy, I'm sending that your way. This booster pack. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing these to give away here. All right, success. All right, well, there, the queue is closed. I finally found a way to, I just changed the file from one to the other as opposed to trying to switch them out individually in 3 spots. And I'm sure of a lot of this, I'm reinventing the wheel where it doesn't need to be, but some of that's just getting it to work. So we'll get to live matches again here in just a moment. So let me take this down here. Okay, did I hit now? This is where, let me pull this back up here. I didn't hit next, did I, before? And that's, oh, this is frustrating to me when it doesn't. Okay. Well, I know it says it's, let's see, so let's, right. And Cammy Reaper, if you want to get in one more time, you're welcome to. I'll leave it open for you, but I'm going to have it closed for, I didn't realize I had it. Did it actually, that, well, but did that even work? I just tried next and it didn't seem to next. Okay, that seemed to do it. I don't know. So Tissues, you're up next. But let me know, Cammy Reaper, if you want to get back in the queue, because I didn't clear your name out from before, let me know, and I'll add you in there. But otherwise, pretty close. So Tissues, I know. All right, let's see. So there's the slate. And so I know Tissues was saying maybe be back in time, maybe not. And so, oh, perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Tissues. Awesome. Got a connect code, and we'll get things started here with some more Warsaken Blitz live player versus player matches here on NashvilleLou Live.
Warsaken.
Okay. So, 2 of a kind, Force, pair of WMDs. Keep it. And LOL, I hear you. Thanks for playing. I just didn't want you to feel like I excluded you because I didn't advance the queue. I really need a checklist for some of this stuff. And some of it as I plan on doing this quite a bit. Although it's an interesting test of like how many hours in do I start to have it where the middle sharpness drops a bit. I mean, I've called some long broadcasts before as far as like with delays. Like there was lightning delays with the Nashville SC games I called. One, the first or second one in 2017, and baseball in college, WUEV radio. You know what it's like having to fill time calling college baseball on college radio, non-commercial? It's a challenge. All right. Two-of-a-kind weather with a freezing rainstorm. 3 spots in my war zone are open. 3 actions to go for my turn. Play a pair of drop ships. 1 action to go here, and I'll play an A7 axe. That's it for my turn. All right, my turn. 3. All right. 1 go. 3 of a kind with the A7 axe. That'll take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
All right, 1 action to go for the turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone, and I'll play an interrogation facility, a building card. And that's it for my turn. 1. So a standalone force card, and that's it for my opponent's turn. It's a 5. So I can play a third H5 dropship.
Select target.
I'll have my opponent down to 2 territories. 4 actions to go for the turn. I'll play a second interrogation facility. Actually, I'm going to double check because okay, that is what I had there. I was afraid. I was like, wait, did I have the guard tower mixed up? And no. And again, it has that little green glow around it too, kind of. The game tries to help you with that. So I've got 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll play a pair of Fire in the Fields weather cards. I'm going to keep that last spot in my war zone open, so I'll forego that last action and end the turn. Yeah, it's funny the way it worked out with that, Rexy. I never used the lack or latch tools before. I was trying to explain it. It was a challenge to figure it out because, I mean, the guy that put it together, I think, is because of issues with Twitch. Now, all sorts of issues for third-party developers on a lot of different platforms. But for whatever reason, it seemed like that there won't be the support there anymore. And understandably so, you got to go where the new opportunities are. But it's interesting trying to figure out SWF files. I never had to deal with them. And so I kind of just conceded, like, okay, I'll just leave it the way it is for the sample, the basic version, not try and make it look the way I want it to. I mean, it's there for a reason, so people can see on screen who wins, presuming I don't have a slate up or something. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind here. And so I'm going to not use any of those actions. I'll end the turn. But in doing test runs with the lack tools, like I would put in like 8 or 9 names, and you would still have some that would double up, but nothing like what you had there, Rexy. Really, it's like the lottery, but you buy 75% of the numbers. Yeah, it's just the way it worked out with that. And again, it's just a visualization of a random choice anyway, but it was noteworthy last week. People did not like the Streamlabs version. I just blurted it out in the chat like that. I just did not get over. I mean, it served the same purpose, but it didn't have that extra dramatic flair to it. And so, unfortunately, for shorter runs, as far as for of that sort of thing. We may have to run into some of those double or triple or whatever names. But my hope would be we'd have more people than that in most of these. The roll of 1. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. I keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. End the turn. So I still have all 4 territories, but and your opponent's got a WMD times 2 staring you down. 2 of a kind force. You know, at some point, it's going to eventually shift in your opponent's direction. One thing about a 3 of a kind intel I could have played, but not this time. It's a roll of 5. Three of a kind WMD. It's going to take me down to 2 territories. Four actions to go here for my opponent's turn. We both have 2 territories at this point. There's 3 of a kind force. That's going to take me down to 1 territory. Uh-oh. Still 1 action to go. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. Uh-oh. If there's a 3rd of those Foxbusters up there, that one. Uh-oh, it's a 6. If it's any sort of 3 of a kind force, that's going to be the match. Well, 3 of a kind building cards, that'll work too. You can go back and get 3 of a kind force. You got 3 actions to go for the turn. You play that, the Nemesis. So Tissues, if this plays out the way I expect, he's going to get the win. Oh, it's going to take me down to, I still have that 1 territory. False finish. Swerved. I still could be curtains for me though. Nope, okay.
Compromised.
6. It's not necessarily over yet. Now I can't, I mean, WMD doesn't matter which one I use. You know what? I'm going to win right here. How ridiculous is this? Sometimes you get lucky in this game. 3 of a kind WMD. It's going to take my opponent down to 0 territories remaining and thus have a compromised leader. God, I got so lucky with that.
Select target. Compromised.
3 actions to go. 3 of a kind force to take out the compromised leader and win the match.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. Good game, Tissues. All right, Tech. Yeah. And I think it's a positive for Warsaken Blitz that with these tournaments over on Blue Mint, that they're at least 2 out of 3. So if you run into a case where an opponent just gets remarkable RNG and there's practically nothing you can do, best of 3, you can still fight your way back into it. Maybe you'll catch that break. You know, the law of averages kicking in on the other side. And there's the code from Tech. Thank you. I'll type that in right now. We'll get another match going here with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Friday afternoon turning into Friday evening local time. It's a weekend.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. All right, had to make a few notes. Again, it's like I blink and 3 matches have flown by, but that's how you can have a live stream like this that's gone more than 5 hours. And physically, I can feel it. Exhaustion-wise, mentally, I can tell. And yet, I'm still having fun, which is very good. There's a lot of support for Warsaken Blitz from the community. I'm going to keep this, so I keep yakking, or we can just start the game. Here we go. Lucky me gets to go first. Roll to 2. And so, wide open war zone, I'll play 2-of-a-kind Kensho. That's a force card. I can tell I've got a long time when the opening song loops back. A second wind here. So we'll have this in as many as 4 more matches after this with Warsaken Blitz live player versus player matches. I hope to do a lot more of this on a regular basis soon. Some of that's going to be availability. And we'll see what the response is, particularly in August. There'll be a lot of people trying to play against streamers. Should be some fun things coming ahead with that. 1-of-a-kind as far as the weather for my opponent, and that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Well, okay, 3 spots open in my war zone. Nothing that makes 3-of-a-kind. Play a pair of blinding sandstorms. Hey, that sounds good, Cammy Reaper. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to play. I enjoy watching other people's streams. I learn things from other people's streams. It's a lot of fun. It's a great community. I like spending time with people playing this game because, by and large, playing with some great people. Nothing but positives. All right. Well, I have multiple options as far as 2-of-a-kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open and end the turn. Yeah, it's fun to play. Easy game to live stream. I mean, relatively speaking. I don't have to run this on any sort of a delay. I mean, if I were to try and delay this, you would have to have like a ridiculously long delay for it to be effective. And that's, I mean, Blitz, it's not that kind of game anyway. I mean, somebody could watch the stream and with Intel cards take advantage or whatever. But again, with this, part of the fun is just playing it and going with it. 3-of-a-kind force takes out a territory. One action still to go. And it's an Intel card that ends the turn. My turn. 5. All right. So I go 3-of-a-kind weather. That'll give me an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. That B6 Rabid Beast. This will make 3-of-a-kind and take out an opponent's territory.
Select target.
So 3 actions to go for the turn. I've got 3 spots in my war zone open. I already have 2-of-a-kind force out there. Let's play 2-of-a-kind weather with a terrifying storm. 2 spots in my war zone are open. 1 action to go for the turn. And we'll play a Resident Evil as a standalone to end the turn. Extra turn. 2. Well, after all that, I'll play a second Reza. I'll have 1 action that I could take here. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. So I'm not going to use that last action, and that'll end my turn. And one of the great things with Blitz is while you can have some higher end cards and stuff that may look really cool, from a functionality standpoint, your common cards do the same thing that like a Bloodfoil would do as far as within the context of Blitz. Now, other forms of Warsaken a bit different, but I mean, it's great fun for live streaming. It really is, especially with the support of the community. So rolled a 3 here, and nothing makes 3 of a kind. So again, I'm gonna have to forego those actions and end the turn. Four actions. A pullback makes it 3 actions here for my opponent. 2 of a kind force. Interesting. Intel card played in the 4th spot there to end the turn for tech. My turn. 5. Freezing rainstorm. Take the extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Let's go Intel. Here's the extra turn. 5. All right, excellent. So I've got a triple WMD I'll be able to play here in a moment. But first, I'm going to play that 3rd assassination attempt. A little bouncing. It's bouncing.
Select target.
1 each from the 2 of a kinds.
Select target. Select target.
4 actions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind EMP discharge. WMD. Take out 2 territories.
Select target.
So 1 action to go for the turn. And since I have 4 of a kind with the 00 Black Blade, I'm less hesitant about putting this out there than I might be otherwise. That's it for my turn. I think we're going to stop as far as the booster packs for tonight. Gave away 5 for the show today. Very happy with that, but don't have to run through them too quickly. So I don't want to give anybody any false impression of something to be expected. So roll 3 here for my opponent. So a pullback opens up a spot there in the war zone with 2 actions to go. It's a pair of building cards. Interesting. My turn. 1. Yikes. Oh. With the Black Blade. That's it for my turn. We're going back for Igor, going back for the A7 axe. Planted device, maybe, I don't know. 4. If there is the 3rd building card here, like I think there might be. Or would you go back for weather? There's naughty weather, so you can't do that. I'll go back for something. I'm guessing there's the Igor to match or the A7. Yep. Three of a kind force with Igor. Take me down to 2 territories. One action to go for this turn. It's a force card. My turn. 5. Okay. I'm going to win the match here. If I'm reading this correctly. Play that 3rd black blade, finally.
Select target.
I'll take out my opponent's last remaining territory. I have 4 actions to go for this turn. I've got a spot.
Compromised.
Opponent's got a compromised leader. I just need 3 of a kind force to get the win. And we'll get that right here with Max Harper.
Select target.
All right.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
Yeah, Tech, good game. So Natha CGA. Natha, if you have a code. We'll get this next match going here in just a moment. I think I had the time written down incorrectly for tomorrow's Warsaken Blitz tournament over on Blue Mint. The $50 Cannon Fodder 2 event. It's a 7 p.m. Central, so 8 p.m. Eastern time. And thus 0000 UTC for early the next morning. To fix it on my website later. Thank you, Natha. Thank you. So the code here from Natha. And here we go.
Warsaken.
All right, taking on Natha here in Warsaken Blitz. Okay. 2 of a kind weather. Very weak on force. I don't know about this. But, we'll keep it. You start trying to get like picky about your starting hand in this game, and you can end up finding yourself with a considerable downgrade for your mulligan, and then what do you do? So the roll of 5 here for Natha to start things off. Three of a kind force, and I'll take out one of my territories. Two actions to go still for this turn for Natha. That's a WMD, and then another WMD. Interesting approach. Rolled a 3. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. Play a pair of weather cards, fire in the fields. 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play a Bella Ivanova, a force card. That's it for the turn. It's a roll of 1. My turn. 4. Well, I can play the second Bella Ivanova, so there's that. 3 actions to go for my turn. And here's a weird spot right here with the building, in that I can't... You wouldn't want to play 3 of a kind with this, with nothing in your discard pile, because if you do that, you get nothing, and those cards just go to your discard pile. It's a complete waste. So I'm actually going to go the other direction with it, go Intel, 2 of a kind. 1 action to go, but I have that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to keep it that way and end the turn. So it's a roll of 5. Two-of-a-kind force for my opponent, with 3 actions still to go for the turn. Got those one-offs with the WMDs out there. There's two-of-a-kind. That intel. That calculated stagnation. I'm a big fan of that card. You got like that split screen look. And yet it's not at all done in anything that's... I mean, it's definitely like, this is serious business. Not any haha games. But it makes for an interesting contrast, that particular image. Roll to 5. Oh my goodness. Roll to 5, but nothing to make 3 of a kind except for the building cards that I don't want to make 3 of a kind with. Ugh. Oh. Brutal. I'm going to pass up all 5 actions. So roll of 3 for Natha. It's an interesting pullback there with the WMD, which makes me wonder about that one that's sitting out there. That's an intel card. That's a second. That's a third. It's going to be one off the top for my trio pairs out there in the war zone. I'm guessing so. Indeed. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. Play a weather card. That's it for the turn. So roll a 4 for Natha. Two-of-a-kind force there for Natha. 2 actions to go for the turn. A pullback of that WMD with 1 action to go. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. Okay. I could go back for intel. Play these weather cards first, but I could do that. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Another extra turn. Okay, extra turn number 1. 3. All right. Well, we'll play the White Phosphorus Bomb WMD. I'll take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Extra turns to 6. So I've got 3-of-a-kind building cards. I can go back for that 1 off the top that was sent here. What do I need to do that here? I'm not sure. There's the 1 fire in the fields card there. I've got, You know what? Let's just go with 3-of-a-kind here in Roman's prototype.
Select target.
This has my opponent down to just 1 territory remaining. I've got 3 actions to go for the turn. Play the building cards. I'm going back. I need to think about it for just a moment. Could go for it. Fire in the fields to match. I do have the 1 in my hand, right? Yeah. So I would go back for that for sure. And then for the other 2, I just go back for the ones that got bumped here. That's what I'm going to do. All right. But that's it for my turn. And it's a roll of 1. Three of a kind force will take me down to 2 territories remaining. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Play Bella Ivanova. And that's going to end my turn. Roll a 5 for Natha. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Had so much fun today playing Warsaken Blitz. Giving away some great prizes. And who knows, we may have a few more winners on the prize wheel here before it's said and done. Gave away 5 Warsaken booster packs during this show. Thinking ahead to next week, all sorts of ideas. Look forward to seeing what opportunities avail themselves. With 5 actions to go, it's a building card. There's 2. There's 3. Going back for intel. 2 actions to go here for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Okay. I can play 3 of a kind with the hammerheads. That would have my opponent with a compromised leader. I think the play is to go extra turn with the fire in the fields. I could use some intel here. That's also an option. But I like the fire in the fields idea as well. Whoa, no. Not you. You. The 89 hammerhead in green. 3 of a kind.
Select target.
So that'll take out my opponent's final territory.
Compromised.
So at this point, I just need 3 of a kind force to get the win. However, I don't have 3 of a kind force, much to my chagrin. So, in lieu of that, there's already 1 out there as far as the fire in the fields. I'll play 2 more. Extra turn. 1 action still to go for this turn. And since I already have 1 control the message out there, let's put out a second. I just need 3 of a kind force with enough actions to play him here. Let's see what we have. 3. I'm going to win it right here with the A4 Revenge Super Carrier.
Select target.
All right, good game, Natha. All right, Rusky Music, you're up next. All right, thank you. Got the code there from Rusky Music. Many thanks for that. All right. And good game, Natha. That just went down to the end. You know how that goes sometimes. Yeah, sorry. No, the queue's closed. Yeah, it's I'm more than 5 hours, 40 minutes in. And I'm feeling it now. I could set a point around the 4-hour mark. I was like, whoa. Meanwhile, it's like, am I seeing an optical illusion? No, I'm not. 3 of a kind and 2 of a kind. Yeah, this is a keeper right here. Alright, so for the moment, I'll pull down that bottom left side overlay to show you. I'll have the blue dot above my logo. That's normally an indication of whose turn it is, but for the moment, my opponent is no dice showing up. Oh. Alright, so Rusky Music says we have to restart. Okay, well, if we have to. No, I'm not playing a playlist. I'm trying to... How does one escape this? I mean, F5 it would be my thing. I really don't want to give this up, let's be honest. I mean, if I have to, it's not the end of the world. It's a game. If I win too much, the show isn't nearly as fun. Oh, that's very interesting. So it just showed up for you after I refreshed mine. Well, my brow, I've been going for a while with this, so this could easily be something that was caused on my end. Although I have refreshed it a couple of times. So here we go. Roll a 5 here for my opponent to start us off. 2 of a kind weather. Again, that emblem, that insignia, that bottom left of the card shows you which category it's in, which is very important when it comes to Warsaken Blitz. 2 sets of 2 with the weather. That's it. My turn. 3. Oh. Easy choice here. 3 of a kind force for the A7 axe. Got the water and the fire.
Select target.
So my opponent's down to 3 territories, but that's it for my turn. Roll of 1. My turn. 1. Well, plenty of space available there. 2 sets of 2 with the intel. The burn notice with fire. Did I just refresh this? Do I have to F5 it again? It was doing the thing where I couldn't click the button. So 5 actions here for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind weather, so an extra turn on top of this. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing the fun new card strategy game, Warsaken Blitz. 3 of a kind building card, so going back for weather. 1 action to go for this turn. Extra turn. Knowing there's 3 of a kind weather right there, so roll a 5. So I anticipate a second extra turn. As noted, another extra turn that'll follow this one with 3 actions still to go. Two of a kind intel. Extra turn. Roll 3. Three of a kind weather, so yet another extra turn after this one. Two of a kind intel. The endless extra turn. This time it's a roll of 1. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. Well, okay, I'll play the second burn notice, and that's it for my turn. My opponent rolls a 5. Three of a kind intel. Milling my arsenal, my deck, sending 6 cards from my deck to my discard pile. Three of a kind building. Well, it's either weather or intel. You wouldn't go back for another building. More intel? Let me guess, more intel or more weather? More intel. I like that you can do this. I mean, it's kind of inconvenient at times because these cards will stick around. It's like you're ready to get going with your next turn. You got to like try and click away quickly. I mean, you don't have to, but it gets to be a bit cumbersome. The decision is made. It was intel. Oh, were there actually some building cards taken there? My turn. 6. All right, we'll go 2 of a kind here with Agent Zera. Force cards. 2 of a kind intel, 2 of a kind force. 4 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I really don't want to put WMDs out there, so I'll go 2 of a kind planted device. Intel. I'm going to keep the 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll end my turn. Roll 6. My arsenal gets milled down to 29 cards. So an aggressive approach there against my arsenal, which is down to 23 cards. Remember, if it hit 0, at that point I'd have a compromised leader. I have to scoop on what's down here. I can't clear out the old cards here. I have to go click this first and then figure out the proper time. Either roll a 1, which has been happening a lot in this match. Oh, brutal. Just brutal. Okay, well, I'll forego that lone action in the turn. So a roll of 1 here. That's a building card. My turn. 5. Not used to having Agent Zara hanging out on this side, but all the intel's gone. So 3 of a kind with Agent Zara will take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
So 2 spots, or 2 territories remain for my opponent. I have 4 actions I can take here. Oh, we'll go with the freezing rainstorm with fire. And I'm not going to use those final 2 actions. I'll end my turn. That's a roll of 6. Three of a kind intel. If this mills my arsenal, I'll be down to 11 cards. Remember, if that hits 0, at that point I'll have a compromised leader. 3 actions still to go for this turn for my opponent. One each of the WMDs are hiding down here. Get a whole selection. One of those giant department stores of the 1990s. You literally could get lost inside a store at the mall. Not just like Hickory Hollow Mall, but like a store within there. Three of a kind weather. Extra turn after this. Uh-oh. 2 actions still to go here. 3 of a kind building. 1 action still to go for this turn. I don't know why I'm laughing. Oh, that just... I mean, it's funny. It's working. It's... I'm down, I mean, hardy har, I'm down to 11 cards in my arsenal. Really use the 3rd building card. It wouldn't take much. Let's see. I'll worry about that in a minute, if and when I need to. So again, my next broadcast will be tomorrow. with the Warsaken Blitz tournament being hosted by Blumint, BLUMINT.com. It's roll 3 for my opponent. Three of a kind intel. I'm gonna be down to just 5 cards remaining in my arsenal. If that hits 0, I can hit 0 here if I roll a 5 or 6. 1. Oh, they spared me the trouble. How magnanimous of them. And this is where when your arsenal's getting milled, like, I mean, it would have been great to have a 3rd guard tower there, but I mean, there's a reality check too with a lot of the cards that I want are in here. There's a guard tower. I can't get to the interrogation facilities. They're locked away. And ultimately, none of this matters for this turn because nothing of this makes a 3 of a kind. So, end turn. So I only have 4 cards left in my arsenal. So I'm in a vulnerable spot here. Roll a 2, so nothing my opponent can do for this turn with nothing in the war zone. They're opposite me. But, okay, let's see. The triggered meltdown. I've got 2 of those here. Are there any in here? There's 1. So I should be able to get 1 more if I'm reading this correctly. Let's see. 5. Well, it's now or never. Okay. Let's stop and think about this.
Compromised.
That's me they're talking about. I mean, the weather card makes sense. Let's think about this for a moment. I have building cards, 3 of a kind. Hey, Encrypted, one up. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I appreciate greatly. You're right. As I approach here the 6-hour mark of this broadcast with NashvilleLou Live and Warsaken Blitz, I'm trying to figure out a complicated end game here. I've got 3 of a kind WMD that could take my opponent down to having a compromised leader. But I still have a problem though because I don't have 3 of a kind force. Complicating things. I have 0 cards in my arsenal, which means I've got a compromised leader. 3 of a kind force is going to beat me if my opponent gets another turn. So, I mean, when in doubt, weather typically is going to be your friend if you're trying to get out of a tough situation. I'm going to have to go, I think, with the fire in the fields here. Go 3 of a kind with that. Go extra turn. I think going building card chasing, I think I'm out of time. In fact, I know I'm out of time. Extra turn. That's going to be... Although it's not going to... Oh, what does the extra turn do? Oh, did I really screw that up? Maybe I roll the die and I won't get any cards for it, but at least get the actions. But here's the problem then. Do I have... Oh, I don't... Okay. With the building cards, I can at least go back. I don't even have any force cards out there. Oh, this is... But I would have to start this by... Well, you know what? We'll play 2 of those. I got the extra turn here. 6. But I don't get any extra cards to go with it. However, that might not matter. If I use the guard towers and go back... Well, first things first, let's go ahead and play that 3rd WMD. Normally, it's not like this with this game, but you've got to be like a unique crossroads. 6 hours plus in, so borderline slap happy. And also trying to interpret and make sure I'm not doing the math wrong. And knowing it's a risk regardless. So at least let's take some of the uncertainty out of it and get rid of those last 2 territories. So now it's real simple what I need. 3 of a kind force to take out the compromised leader. I myself have a compromised leader. So I really would need to do this here. Now, but if I used, I've got the two, well, here's the thing. That's why I'm thinking this through. Okay. If I go back for the freezing rainstorm, that would give me a possible extra turn. I could still, let's think about this, because I'd be playing 3 of a kind building cards here. So I have 2 actions left. One of those actions is going to get me that 3rd weather. Force cards, well, I have the DX8. So if I go back, somewhere in here, where are the DX8 dogs? There you are. So if I go back for those, I think that's the move. Let's do it. I wonder if I would have sent my cards, those cards back to the arsenal. Can you uncompromise your leader? I'm not going to do that, but do wonder. Okay. Being careful to only take one of these. Not the green, but just a regular return to hand. Or am I wrong about that? You can't uncompromise your leader. Thank you, Soul the Cat. I didn't think you could because that would seem odd, but thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Okay, so I know at least one of the DX dogs. I'll take the other freezing rainstorm in the event that I misread that. I don't think I misread it though. Okay. All right, I'm going to win here. Sorry for slow rolling you for the end here, but I had to really think that one through. Plus 3 actions. Suddenly I have 4 actions. I just need 3 of a kind force to win. And here are the dogs.
Select target.
That's by far the most complex ending I've seen to a match of Warsaken Blitz. For me, at least. For others, maybe. I had to really think that through. That's part of the fun of it. Good game. That's one of those where I feel very fortunate to, oh, let's see. I'll have to exclamation point, not at. Next. Sean IOP, hello. So Gavix, you're up next. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing great. We were just talking about you earlier, saying somebody almost won your the Unreal, that successful mole hunt number 5. But it fell just on the spin of the wheel, fell just shy, so it's still up there. So yeah, let's see. Gavix, I think, sent me the code here. There it is. Thank you, Gavix. So yeah, I'll have this match and then one more than 6 hours in, but I'm having a blast playing. I just know that mental function has a way of dropping over the hours when it comes to this. Well, I can at least type in a code, so I can still do that.
Warsaken.
Thank you, I appreciate it. My voice, I'm hoping it'll hold up. It's part of the challenge with this, going 6 hours. That's a lot of talking. So in some ways, I kind of have to pick my spots with that. So we'll have this match and then one more. I have a pair with the time detonation, but I don't know. I'm gonna use a mulligan. This could be a mistake. No, not a mistake. That worked out pretty well. Keep it. Man, that was crazy. I didn't think that was going to be a win for me there. Rescue music. I was preparing. We have this match, then one more, and then that's going to be it for this broadcast. And Next time for me broadcast-wise will be tomorrow for the Warsaken Blitz tournament on Blumint, BLUMINT.com. 3 of a kind, Bella Ivanova.
Select target.
All right, so 3 of a kind force takes out a territory. I have been on a very lucky run. Honey does work out well. It can. And just for me, it's just vocal strain. I just have to lay out a bit, as it were. I don't have to constantly talk about whatever's happening on screen. Yet at the same time, this is, especially in a more conversational way, try and help people who are new to this. Like, what is this game, Lou? Who are these people? And helping people understand the different categories in particular. I think there's considerable benefit to that. Well, that's just me having some luck there, Rusky Music. I didn't realize it was that long of a streak. So roll a 5 for Gabix. Yeah, with standard, I have to learn how that game works in particular, but just from some of the stuff I've seen at a glance, looking over some explanations, and we had like some to-watch videos. I had to prioritize like making sure I could do the on-screen giveaways the way that people wanted to have it, where they could see it. So that kind of took first priority for me. Okay, so I'll go 2 of a kind with Jax Nash, since I already have one out there. 3 spots open in my Warzone, 2 actions to go for the turn. Not going to put the WMD pair out there, my goodness. Control the message. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1. But the great thing with Blitz is that it doesn't have to be overly, have to like spend 15 minutes trying to strategize necessarily. That was an anomaly at the end of that last match. That was just wild. But it's a positive because for people that want to chat with the people in their chat room, and extra turn. But I'll get to extra turn here in just a moment. Won't use the last action for this turn since nothing I have makes even 2 of a kind. So we'll see what this offers. 5. That'd be great. The more that people can learn it, the better. And so that for me is to be learning it first and watching people that really know it play it, and then doing that here as well. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. I have 1 spot open in my war zone there, so I can go. Let's go weather. So the blinding sandstorm. 3 actions to go for the turn. For all those 2 of a kind options, I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open and end the turn. And it's a roll of 6. Yeah, and I've been going through and reading, just trying to get an overview with how standard works. Like, yeah, it definitely is a more methodical game. WMD takes out 2 of my territories. Just like that. Go from 4 to 2. 5 actions still to go for the turn. 2 sets of 2 force cards out my opponent's war zone. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. And Gabix rolls a 6. I could potentially lose right here. If Gabix has 3 of a kind for both of those pairs on his war zone, he's halfway there, and he has on top of that another 3 of a kind force, that would be the match. 2 of a kind weather, 3 actions to go for the turn. So a bombardment there, but I'll live on for at least one more turn. It's a roll of 1. And that's one action that I will not use there. I'll end my turn. I mean, that's ominous right there. It's staring me down. So it's a roll of 1. I have to hope it's not a third weather to match the 2 out there. And it's not. It's an intel card that will end the turn. 5. Alright, so I can go 3 of a kind with a blinding sandstorm. That'll give me an extra turn that I can use in a moment. 4 actions still to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll go 2 of a kind Roman's prototype. We'll go 3 of a kind, control the message. I didn't do a good job of looking all the way over on that left side there. Oh, let's bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
One action to go for this turn. Play restored vehicle. Extra turn. 3. So I could go 3 of a kind building cards. I'm not sure if that's my best move, but at this point I've got 1 territory left. All right, let's do it. That's it for my turn. And I might not get another turn depending on what happens here with this roll. So I'm taking on Gabix. After that, got Rexy. And that will be it for the live stream. You see why I have to close the queue as early as I do. I want to get to everybody, and here we are more than 6 hours in. But I've had so much fun with this. And again, back tomorrow with a tournament, where it's a little bit less on the relaxed side with the tournament, and yet still, I mean, it's not like there's a ticking clock you have to deal with, or that sort of element. So I'll pull back there by Gabix, 2 actions to go. Then 2 of a kind for the intel, 2 of a kind force. One. Play a Bella Ivanova. I've got 3 more. If this gets taken out, and there's at least that. But it's only going to take 2 more trios of force cards for my opponent to get the win. Roll 2. Here we go. 5. I think I'm going to win the match here. I have 5 actions. The 2 sets of 2 out there with a force. And because I have all 4 spots filled, I do have to play a force first. But I have to make sure the order's correct as far as the WMDs. But first things first, Jacks Nash.
Select target.
That takes my opponent down to 2 territories. 4 actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 of a kind with the Romans prototype out there already, but you have to wait on that because you need that 3 of a kind force to take out a compromised leader. Captured leaders a WMD. This is going to take up 3 of my 4 actions that are remaining, but you'll see why.
Select target.
All right. I've got 2 of a kind. Compromised leader for my opponent. I need 3 of a kind force to get the win. Got 2 Romans prototypes out there. I realize the Bella Ivanova cards are dancing. That will lead you to ruin. You would have 2 of a kind and your turn would be over. Instead, you play a Romans prototype, 3 of a kind for the win.
Select target.
My goodness.
Leader eliminated.
That was wild. I've had incredible luck. Well, if anything, this sets the stage for tomorrow with that Blue Mint tournament. I'm due for some bad RNG. All right. So, Rexy. Rexy Nader will be the last match of the broadcast for me here. Thank you. All right. So Rexy with the code. We'll go ahead. We'll get it going.
Warsaken.
Go ahead and take the Q down since. All right, good luck, Rexy. Although, really, I'm not due for luck the way the last several rounds have been going my way. 2 of a kind force, I'll keep it. Seems I get to go first. 1. Well, okay, I'll play a Z-27 Tiger, and then I'll end my turn. Now, F5 the app, in fairness, has been going here for now many hours. Haven't had to do too many of the F5s, but it does happen sometimes. So, standalone force for my opponent. My turn. 2. I'll play the second Z-27 Tiger. 3 spots open in my war zone. Only 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. 6. Three of a kind force. Well, that'll take me down to 3 territories. So you get the idea. The queue is closed. There, also the categories. I'll need that for tomorrow anyway. That's normally the way I do it for the Blue Mint tournament, so. Since the queue is closed, and this is the last match of the broadcast for me here. Taking on Rexy. 6. Alright, so I already have 1 of the ideal conditions out there. So while it shows all 3 cards dancing, I only need to play 2. And even though with this green button, it doesn't ask you how many to play, when you get to 3, it just plays them for you. Go for the extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Go 2 of a kind with the H5 dropship. 2 spots in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We'll go for a pair of freezing rainstorms. Extra turn. 4. Freezing rainstorm. Extra turn. 3 actions still to go for this turn. We'll go with a DX8. Those drone dogs. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to forego that action. We got the another extra turn. Here we go. 1. Okay. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'll end my turn. Two of a kind weather for my opponent. So I rolled a 6. I can go 3 of a kind with a dropship.
Select target.
That'll take out one of my opponent's territories. Two spots in my war zone are open. I've got 5 actions to go for the turn. I already have 2 sets of 2 out there with force. So for this, we'll go with the clever hijack intel. Reactions to go for the turn, but I'm going to forego all of them and end the turn. It's a roll of 6. Three of a kind building cards. Going back for those forces, I'm guessing. Reactions to go for the turn. A 3 of a kind force would take me down to 2 territories. So that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. Well, nothing I can do there to make 3 of a kind. In turn. I'm taking on Rexinator here. It's the last match of the broadcast. Starting to approach the 6.5 hour mark. And yeah, I've had a blast playing it. If I enjoy giving away prizes, and so even when I don't win, I can be appreciative of an opponent that's played well and that has earned a chance to take a spin on the prize wheel. My turn. 2. Tricky spot here. Of course, the WMD's tempting, but there's no way I'm going to split that up, put it out there. I could put 2 intels, but I don't know about that. Staring down double intels like that, I don't know. And so, while I have a bunch of options with that, I'm not going to use either of those actions that are remaining, and I'll end the turn. Oh, it's a roll of 6. I might not get another roll for this match. This could do it. Rexy has 17 cards. He's got, well, 3-of-a-kind intel. You know what? One each off the top from the war zone. Split up the pairs. I would think that's more likely than milling. Yeah, I'm trying to mill my arsenal. So 5 actions still to go here for this turn. 2-of-a-kind weather, 3-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn. Two-of-a-kind weather. Here's that extra turn. It's a 6. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Three-of-a-kind weather. Another extra turn. Look out. 3-of-a-kind WMD. I'm going to have a compromised leader. All Rexy needs now is 3-of-a-kind force. And remember, Rexy's got an extra turn after this one.
Compromised.
But let's see. 2 actions to go. Here's the extra turn after a pair of building cards were played. It's a 1. Three-of-a-kind building cards. Well, I know you're not going back for WMD. Imagine these force, the GR0 edge. Yep, that's the one, as you would expect. 2. I mean, sometimes you get the breaks in this game and sometimes you don't. I've got a compromised leader. I just really have to hope that Rexy doesn't... And I can't be too careless about it here either as far as what I throw out there. My WMD. Because then I'll end up having intel played by Rexy that takes that out. Intern. If Rexy rolls a 3 or higher, that's probably it. 2. But now will there be a 3-of-a-kind weather? I'm less concerned with the intel, but those weathers, just another 3-of-a-kind, and that's... Yeah, as I was saying. And Rexy with the extra actions, that's going to be 3-of-a-kind with a force, and that's going to be the match. There it is. All right, congratulations, Rexy. Victorious. So, had that winning streak I went on, and, well, that's nice enough for me. It doesn't make for the best stream if there's not a nice flow of prizes being given away. And I want to thank Rexy, the last time you broke a long winning streak of mine, that you did very well on the prize wheel. So let's see how that's going to play out here. So that was the last match of the broadcast, and so we get to end this with something fun with the prize wheel. So for just a moment, I'll bring the slate up so I can... Or the prize wheel is still here. Of course it is. All right. Okay. Cleared out that queue officially there. So I'm going to remove the last prize from the wheel. So you're looking at 1 out of 43 for any given one of these listings here. We're down to 2 epics. We one away earlier. Have a loot pack. Like I was saying, you got a history with this. Break a winning streak, get something big. Alternately, still some great super rares That unreal successful mole hunt number 5, Sean IOP. We were talking about that earlier, both in chat and then before even when Sean came in here earlier. And then if I don't scroll down too far, it's ultra rare, very rare. All right. So, we give it a bunch of shuffles here. Give it a spin. Good luck, Rexy. Let's see what you get here. We wind things down for this broadcast. Hey, it's an ultra rare. Look at that. Ultra rare Nathan Smith, Metallurgist, number 148. Congratulations. And thank you for playing Rusky Music. And thank you to everybody for playing or watching or however it is that you're participating. Because that makes all the difference as far as having people to play. People to see how much enthusiasm there is out here for this game. So now I have to get this to cooperate for me as far as sending it your way. So I'm going to go ahead and note here. I'm definitely afraid that once the broadcast is over, I'm going to quickly not forget, but it's like you get like this wave of exhaustion tends to hit me like right when when I know I'm done. And that's true with traditional sports broadcasts, just like live streaming. Like you feel it the next day sometimes with those on location. You're climbing up to the second floor of a rickety press box, or you're on top of a press box, or you're in one of those scissor lifts, which I called a football game in 2016 down in Chattanooga from a scissor lift down at Baylor School. Anyway, let me go ahead and get this sent since that's the priority here. All right, so let's see. So Rexy, you got your name. I've got your name in here. I'm going to say, for the memo, NashvilleLou Live prize. Today's date. Double checking that it is that ultra rare number 148, and it sure is. And now I have to do the 3-click combo here with the anchor wallet one more time. But the important part is that it went through. So what I will do now is bring the slate up for just a moment while I go and make sure that it really did go through like it said it did. And then you get to show it off here, the prize that was won. And again, it's not just the talent of the artist involved here. But it's in some cases the concept as far as like how would you portray a metallurgist in an interesting way in a game where you've got all this firepower and tanks and subs and everything, and they find ways with it. It's really something. Anyway, there it is. Congratulations, Rexy. Nathan Smith, Metallurgist. Only 200 of those. I mean, if you're going to be dealing with molten metal, you're going to want to have an outfit like that, like you're ready to referee Terry Funk versus Onita in one of those FMW exploding ring matches from the 1990s. Anyway, a really cool looking card. Glad we got to end it here with a giveaway. Ultra rare. It's yours, Rexy. Enjoy. So, here we are. More than 6.5 hours in. And finally, again, I closed the queue some time ago for good reason, because eventually it does tend to... It can be difficult to ascertain at the moment, like, okay, this is... So I'm getting distracted over here, trying to read small print. So Soul the Cat's live. So I'm going to do the SIG out where I say goodbye, which is where I'll cut it off for the VOD and where I'll edit it to end for the version that will go up on YouTube eventually, probably this weekend. So I'll do that, and then we're going to do a raid over to Soul the Cat right after that. So get that ready, but not quite yet. Anyway, thanks so much to everybody that took part today with this Warsaken Blitz live stream here on NashvilleLou Live. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing those booster packs. And thanks to everybody that watched, listened, and that will watch the VOD version on down the line. So that's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.